Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our City Council meeting. Today is Monday, April 3rd, 2023. It's approximately 1 p.m. Before we have our Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask if you please rise for a brief moment of silence as we reflect back on the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces as they protect our interests around the globe, as well as the courageous men and women of the Las Cruces Police Department and the Las Cruces Fire Department as they keep our city safe 24/7, 365. Councilor Graham, if you join me in the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So we have Amy DeFelix, who is joining us via Zoom, who's going to introduce our Pets of the Week. Amy?
Hello. Yes. Let me share the screen. I'm Amy. I'm one of the rescue coordinators for the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley. And here are our Pets of the Week. Can you all see the screen that I'm sharing?
Can you make it bigger, Amy? Like, I think when you went over it, it had a little expand button. Right a second ago. Right there, maybe? Oh, no. Oh, yeah.
Is this the whole, sorry, I can't tell if this is the whole PowerPoint presentation being displayed now?
Yeah, we can see it now. Good.
Okay. Awesome. So our cat of the week this week, her name is Sierra. She's about 4 months old. She's a really pretty short-haired calico. Her animal number is 60544. And she says, I'm a spunky, confident girl who knows what I want, and that's pets. I'm a chatty sweetheart who loves to ask for pets and then tell you my life stories so far. I'm an adorable and sweet girl who would make the best companion for anyone who wants a playful, affectionate cat. And then we also have our dog of the week. Her name is Buffy. She's about a year old, a medium-sized mix. She's only 36 pounds. She's one of the smaller dogs of the week that we've had so far. Her animal number is 48895, and she says, I'm a shy girl who just wants to be loved. While I am timid initially, I'm still friendly and sweet, and will give you my attention and love. Sometimes having a dog friend helps bring me out of my shell a little bit, but I just want a family that will help shape me into the great dog I want to be. We do have one adoption event over at Peachtree Kia this Saturday, April 8th. We will be there from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. So we encourage you all to stop on by and hopefully find your forever friend. And for the month of April, the information that I would like to share will be based around TNR. So for the first bit of information I'd like to share is kind of just like why we encourage TNR to begin with. And that's mostly just to highlight just how quickly cats can reproduce, like in the home and also especially out in the wild, in cases where TNR would be involved. So female cats can get into the heat as early as 4 months old. It's typically around 5, I believe, but can be as early as 4 months old. And the female cats can have 2 to 3 litters of kittens per year. Each litter has an average survival rate of about 2.8, so 2 to 3 kittens. And over the course of a single female cat's lifetime, she can have over 100 kittens herself. And I know that's not considering just how much like her daughters and granddaughters and the other female cats that come from her can also reproduce. So there's this little chart borrowed from the Solano County Animal Care and Control's Community Cat Program website, and just kind of shows with them one male and female for the first year can produce 12 kittens, 2 years 67, 376, then it goes on and on and on. This little graph shows as a straight consistent line, but it really should be more kind of sharper because the number gets exponentially bigger and bigger as the years goes on. So this definitely highlights why a lot of like shelters, TNR advocates, we all would like to heavily suggest TNR, even from the simple solution of sterilizing them will keep them from producing multiplying exponentially and then become a problem, which I know a lot of people do not like loads and loads of cats having babies in their yard. So TNR definitely is a solution to that we highly suggest and definitely offer as a solution. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Amy. And next we're going to have from giving us our jobs of the week is Irene Pata from our Economic Development Department.
There we go. Wonderful. Okay, good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, Irene Potter with Economic Development. We begin with the City of Las Cruces, who is hiring for a concrete finisher. This position pays $16.50 an hour and is open until filled. White Sands Missile Range is hiring for a security guard. This position pays $37,000 a year and closes on June 30th. NMSU Department of Agriculture is hiring for a facilities coordinator. This position pays between $18 and $27 an hour, depending on experience, and closes on April 7th. La Reina Michoacana Paletilla is hiring for a food service manager. This position pays between $24,000 and $38,000 a year and closes on April 23rd. Dearson Charities is hiring for a part-time resident monitor. This position pays between $29,000 and $41,000 a year, depending on experience, and closes on June 21st. And Families and Youth is hiring for an IYS program support specialist. This position pays between $32,000 and $52,000 a year, depending on experience, and closes on April 28th. And for additional information, you can contact our local Workforce Connection office at 575-524-6250, or visit them at their local office at 226 South Alameda Boulevard, or online at employeen.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. Okay, so we have some proclamations and certificates to give out, and I'm going to ask, okay, you all do know that my State of the City was last week, so there's a huge turnout here. Okay. As scanning the room, I see a few state senators and the commissioners, and the clerk. So let me just, before we begin, let me just recognize Senator Souls. Good to see you. Senator Pope visiting us from up north. Good to see you. Our county's own Senator Hamlin. I see our Doña Ana County Clerk, Lopez Askin. I always mess that up. And I just saw earlier Commissioner Shannon Reynolds there at White Sands Missile Range where we're at. Are there any other elected officials here? No? Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, good. Okay, so I'm going to ask if Eugene House, Israel Hernandez, and Loretta Cavarubia are here. And if you are, if you please join me here to my right. Okay, I'm going to read a few paragraphs here. On Monday evening, January 30th, 2023, the security guard found a person unresponsive, stiff, and barely breathing in the public men's restroom at the Roadrunner Transit Mesilla Valley Intermodal Transit Terminal, also known as Move It. Transit bus operator Eugene House was helping to answer phones and quickly went to assist the guard. Mr. House noticed that the person was barely breathing and asked Transit Customer Service Representative Loretta Cavarubia to call 911, and he quickly got Transit bus operator Israel Hernandez to assist. Mr. House, who had recently taken Narcan training through another job, and Mr. Hernandez suspected a potential overdose situation. Ms. Cavarubia relayed this information to the 911 operator. The 911 operator, upon learning that there was Narcan available at the intermodal terminal for just such an emergency, instructed staff to administer Narcan to the unresponsive person. Narcan, or generically known as Naxalon, is a medication that can quickly reverse an overdose from either prescribed painkillers or illicit forms of opioids such as heroin and fentanyl. Naloxone is available in multiple forms, including as a nasal spray that was used in this event. Naloxone does not affect someone who does not have opioids in their system and is not a treatment for opioid use disorder. However, for someone experiencing a critical opioid overdose, quick administration of naloxone saves lives. Persons at risk of an opioid overdose, either through prescription medications or illicit drugs, and their family members and loved ones are encouraged to have naloxone rescue kit readily available. The kits are available often for free through community health services, organizations such as the National Coalition Against Prescription Drug Abuse. Their website is ncapda.org, 5-minute training videos on how to administer naloxone. Ms. Covarrubia stayed in contact with the 911 operator and gave instructions to Mr. House and Mr. Hernandez, who together administered the Narcan. The person regained consciousness almost immediately, and staff remained with him until emergency personnel arrived. The person refused medical transport and did not provide his name. The teamwork and quick action of these 3 transit employees saved this man's life. The incident also demonstrated the value of having Narcan available in places frequented by the general public, such as the Transit Intermodal Center. And so I have a mayor's citation for community service to these 3 city transit workers. It reads, City of Las Cruces, mayor's citation for community service presented to Loretta Covarrubia in recognition of your commitment and dedication helping make Las Cruces a better community, dated this 3rd day of April 2023, signed by myself, Ken Miyagishima. Thank you. Israel Hernandez. Eugene House. Ladies and gentlemen, these 3 saved a person's life, and we don't know how much more to thank you. It's a small token of our appreciation for your quick action and knowing what to do. So thank you. Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you.
Modest heroes, they don't want to say anything. So I'm going to turn this over to Councilor Graham, who's going to finish the rest of the proclamations. Councilor.
Thank you, Mayor. And in addition to a welcome for our electeds, I'd just like to recognize from NMSU Dr. Devashtali and Regent Dr. Devashtali. So thank you so much for joining us today. The first proclamation is for Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. Is Albert Flores with us? Or hi. I wish I had entrance music for you. Thank you so much for being here. The proclamation reads, whereas when an emergency occurs, the prompt response of police officers, firefighters, and paramedics is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property. And whereas the safety of our police officers, firefighters, and emergency medical personnel is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of information obtained from citizens who telephone Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority Communications Center, and whereas professional public safety telecommunicators are a vital link between citizens and victims and are the first and most critical contact our citizens have with emergency services. And whereas public safety telecommunicators are the single vital link for our police officers, firefighters, and emergency medical personnel by monitoring their activities by radio, providing them information, and ensuring their safety. And whereas public safety telecommunicators of the Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority are the first responders who contributed substantially as part of the public safety team. And whereas each dispatcher has exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of their job in the past year. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim the week of April 9th through 15th, 2023 as Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in honor of the men and women whose diligence and professionalism keep our communities and citizens safe, signed by Mayor Ken Miyagishima and attested by City Clerk Christine Rivera.
Thank you, Councilor. Mr. Mayor, City Council, City Manager, from the bottom of our hearts at Dispatch, we really thank you. It's great to be acknowledged, especially for Telecommunicator Week. If anybody's ever been in our dispatch center, they can see those dispatchers working long hours. Some of them are sitting behind at least 10 screens trying to figure out how to deal with the situations they're faced with, and lately there's a lot of them. Sometimes our dispatchers, they're faced with people's bad times. People are calling when they're dying. They're also dealing with that issue with our first responders. If anybody's paid attention to the news, they've heard what's happened down in Solon Park, and that's not a very good thing for a dispatcher to be on the other end of the radio when they're dealing with an officer that has been injured. So on the other side of that, last night in the city, one of our dispatchers actually helped deliver a baby girl. So yeah. So, we're there when life comes in as well. So, again, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Our second proclamation is for Distracted Driving Awareness Month. And Barbara Toth, anyone else you want to bring down with you? They would like to. I'm so happy. Of course. The proclamation reads, whereas death and serious injury have become epidemic on our country's roadways, claiming thousands of lives and injuring hundreds of thousands more each year in the United States, and whereas motor vehicle crashes are the #1 cause of preventable death in New Mexico, and a disproportionately high number of crashes and fatalities related to distracted driving occur in our state, and whereas distracted driving is an activity that can divert a person's attention from the primary task of driving and can result in serious injury or death, and whereas studies demonstrate that using mobile electronic devices involves visual, auditory, manual, and cognitive distraction and is among the worst of all driver distractions. And whereas distracted drivers are not only putting themselves at risk, but are a very real danger to everyone they share the roadway with. And whereas distracted driving is a choice and completely preventable, all Las Crucens are encouraged to take personal responsibility behind the wheel and always drive distraction-free in order to result in safer roadways across our community. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of the City of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2023 as Distracted Driving Awareness Month, signed by Mayor Ken Miyagishima and attested by City Clerk Christine Rivera.
I'd like to thank the City Council and our Mayor for their consideration in issuing this proclamation and recognizing that distracted driving puts everyone we share the road with at risk. And so I thank them for this proclamation. I thank them for their attention to this important issue. If you'd like to read more about our organization, Vulnerable Road Users in M, that's a mouthful, VRUNM.org. You can hear a little bit about our work and the intentions that we have for creating a safer community. Whenever people drive distracted, everyone they share the roadway with is at risk. Thank you very much.
And our final proclamation for today is for Fair Housing Month. Is Andrew Haggard? Hi. And anyone else you'd like to bring along? Thank you. The proclamation reads, whereas fair and equal housing is a right guaranteed to all Americans, and whereas the principle of fair and equal housing is a fundamental human entitlement, and whereas the month of April 2023 represents the 55th anniversary of the signing of the Federal Fair Housing Act by then-President Lyndon B. Johnson, and whereas all citizens have the right to live where they choose within their financial means, and whereas people must not be denied housing because of race, color, religion, sex, national origin, disability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or marital or family status, and whereas we must, as individuals, assure equal access to housing for all in our communities, and whereas New Mexico acknowledges the importance of assuring fair and equal treatment to all citizens, now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2023 as Fair Housing Month, signed by Mayor Ken Miyagishima and attested by City Clerk Christine Rivera.
Thank you so much.
It went up. I was worried I was going to have to duck down low. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor, City Manager, and City Council for recognizing Fair Housing Month. I was going to list these, but it was already listed in the proclamation. But we, the members of the Las Cruces Association of Realtors, as well as all realtors throughout the country, strongly believe that no access should be denied for anyone based on any reason other than they can't afford it. We strongly believe everyone has a right to live where they want to live, and really thank you for recognizing April as Fair Housing Month. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. We have now Las Cruces Public Schools Superintendent Ralph Ramos. I didn't see him. Are you? Roberto Lozano is going to speak? Yes, regarding the cannabis challenges in school. So, please. Yeah, right here to this podium. Whichever you feel comfortable. You want to speak to the crowd or, okay.
Thank you, Mayor, and distinguished members of the council. So Mr. Ramos was unable to be here this afternoon. He sends his regards, but thank you for allowing us to speak on a very important topic. I believe Mayor Miyagishima and Mr. Ramos were in communication regarding a request to try to give notice to our community about the challenges that we are facing as a public school system in regards to the use of cannabis. So I was just going to say, even though I called you up, can you state your name for the record and your position within the school? Absolutely, yes. Yeah, so Dr. Roberto Lozano, and I'm an associate superintendent. And then here with me too is my colleague, Amy Himmelwright, who is our executive director of behavioral health. So we'll both be speaking on the topic. So again, Mayor, thank you for the invitation. Wanted to just give you a quick update on providing with some data regarding the use of cannabis at our schools. So as you know, April 1st of 2022 was the first day that cannabis was legal as a recreational drug here in New Mexico. Right now it's premature of us to really say, yes, it's had a big impact or no, it hasn't in our schools. What we can tell you is that we've had students who unfortunately resort to illicit drugs to address some of the mental health issues that they may have at home or whatever they may be facing at school. So really our focus as a school system is to identify those barriers that they may have where students resort to things like illicit drugs. So as a reminder, right, our students are not allowed to go into any dispensary to legally purchase cannabis. However, we do see our students having vapes. That is a huge problem that we're encountering, and that was even before the legalization of cannabis. Unfortunately, we have seen an uptick after COVID. After we were 100% remote, our data is showing us that cannabis is a huge issue. The number one substance that we find within our vaping devices is nicotine. However, there are times where, unfortunately, we do see whether it be cannabis, spice, other drugs that really are harming our students. With that, I want to allow my colleague Amy to speak to you about some of the mitigation strategies that we've implemented and continue to do. I also wanted to thank our SROs at the schools for really assisting us in addressing the need, because it is challenging. And like I said, one of the biggest goals that we have is to really get at the root of why our students resorting to substance abuse, when we all know research tells us that it's the root of something else happening at home. So really try to get them the support that they need. With that, I'll turn it over to Amy.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Amy Himmelwright, Director of Academic Counseling and Behavioral Health for Las Cruces Public Schools. And so as the leader of our behavioral health teams in the schools, our role is really threefold when it comes to substance misuse. Identifying the risk factors and trying to mitigate those goes right along with efforts at prevention. And then, of course, intervention is necessary. And Dr. Lozano didn't talk about this, but I just want to reiterate, so while we haven't seen a steep increase in discipline reports or incident reports of cannabis use at school, we have seen a tremendous, frighteningly steep increase in vape in general, which is why Dr. Lozano emphasized that it's not just cannabis we're finding in the vapes. I talked to a principal this morning at a comprehensive high school, and he said it's about 3-to-1 nicotine to cannabis in the vapes. So I want to bring to your attention that vaping in general is a big concern for us for a lot of reasons: health, safety, educational distraction, all of those things. So as we look at that, whether it's nicotine, alcohol, cannabis, whatever it is, we know that adolescents are at increased use for substance abuse when they're feeling rejected by their peers, when they develop hostile or controlling social goals, which can lead to peer rejection, when they engage in bullying behavior, which is interesting, right? Because you would think I might say when they're bullied, but actually engaging in bullying behavior is a huge risk factor for substance misuse. When they align with peers who use substances, and when they overestimate how many of their peers use or approve of substance use. So when I think about that, I think about Joe Camel and all of the ads in the 90s when I was in high school, and how when I was in high school it was considered very cool to smoke, like the cool kids did it. And unfortunately, I think part of the culture of youth right now is not even necessarily that vape is cool, but that it's not dangerous. It's safe. And so one of our tasks really as a whole community is to shift that thinking around vaping, cannabis, and other products. And I also want to add, because I know we're here to talk about cannabis, we're seeing very little of the plant itself in the schools. That's why I keep going back to vaping. I would venture to say over 90% of what we're seeing is through vape. So Also, I can add that because there's this question, right, of where the kid's getting the vape, or is it illicit, most of the vape pens that are confiscated actually have that New Mexico stamp on them if they have THC in them. So when you buy cannabis products at the dispensary, they're stamped, Colorado, New Mexico, California, you know where they came from. So it's not like we're finding these handmade or rigged devices predominantly the ones the kids are getting their hands on were purchased at local dispensaries. So of course that begs the question for us then of how kids are accessing them. And I guess before we stand for questions, I'll just add then that our kind of plea to the community and the adults in the community, the same as we ask you to safeguard your prescription drugs, the same as we ask you to safeguard your firearms for child safety, safeguard your recreational cannabis. Like, don't let it get into the hands of our youth. I could go on for hours about all of this, so I'm going to pause there and just stand for questions. If you do that here, sorry.
Well, you were advertised on the agenda, so that allows council to ask you questions. Okay. We can't formulate any policy, but is there any questions council may have? Councilor Karan, Bencomo, Gandara?
First.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you so much for presenting and sharing today. I was lucky last week to see a bunch of former students. I teach at the Community College Public Health, so a bunch of my former students are working with the State Department of Health and the Unified Prevention Coalition to do just this work that is messaging around locking it up. They even gave me a little lock case that I took home, even though I don't have anything to put in it. But I think that they definitely are looking to help support, and I think they just did something right in Lea County that was really successful with students in particular related to sort of encountering their families' potential problematic substances. And so I hope that you might be able to connect to them. And they were just last week, they were bending my ear saying, please let us get in to talk to the schools. So I hope that connection can be made and support you in sort of creating that narrative. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Councilor Bencomo and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't have any questions. I just wanted to thank both of you, Dr. Lozano and Amy. I'm sorry if I didn't catch your last name.
Himmelwright.
Himmelwright. Yes. Thank you both for coming here. I really just wanted to appreciate that you sort of took a bigger, broader approach to the way you presented to us today and the way you're talking about it in terms of what's at the root cause. And often we've talked about trauma being that open door, right, to seeking more dangerous behaviors. And so I appreciated the behavioral health take that you have on this, and whatever we can do to work with the schools and with cannabis advocates. I know many are here today for how we talk about safe storage, especially, and then, we often have conversations about the black market. And so I think it's really important that you came here today and said, look, this is what we're seeing, because often that's what we're missing. And so, as opposed to just the noise, right? And so I just really wanted to appreciate the way that you presented here today. Thank you both.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Amy and Dr. Lozano, for being here. I also appreciate the way you've elevated this. I know there's some serious things happening, and looking at the root causes are so important to me. I had just a question about how you're recognizing in the vape pens the use of cannabis. I'm thinking, and I've seen over time is the use of synthetic marijuana and spice. And so, are the youth self-reporting, or how are you identifying that it's cannabis specifically?
Do you want me to speak? Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I checked in with my school principals right before this meeting, and what they're reporting to me is that the vast majority of devices that they're confiscating are labeled. So they're labeled with where it came from, what's in it, and that it was New Mexico certified.
Gotcha.
In addition to that, there are cases where a student may have engaged in vaping behavior and we don't know what the substance was, and we may have concern. Mm-hmm. So our school resource officers have access to test strips that they can actually test the liquid in the cartridge and find out what was in it.
And as they're testing that, they're reporting back to you all, but do they report it to another entity like the Department of Health or the group that controls the cannabis industry?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Okay. And how is, I guess, to Chief Dominguez, if that's happening, how do we know that, what are the numbers there? I think those are statistics that are important that we have.
Mayor Pro Tem, I don't have those numbers with me, but I can get them for you.
Okay, you have them though.
We can get them for you.
Perfect. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. And then lastly, I'll say, as you know, we have a Health Policy Review Committee. Both Councilor Flores and Councilor Cran sit on that Health Policy Review Committee. And Mayor, I'm asking that maybe this is an agenda item that we have specific to that so that we're a part of the solution and strategies to mitigate this. I think this is important, and I know that it's important to the councilors here, and that would be what my recommendation would be moving forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that presentation. Give our regards to the superintendent.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to get to the conflict of interest statement. This is where I'll ask if any member of the city council, city staff, or any member of the or city manager has any known conflict of interest on any item on the agenda.
None by Flores.
None Gandara.
None Abeda.
None.
None, Graham.
So if you would allow me to take a personal privilege, I want to just share something. So years ago, there was a time during my 31 years in office, 8 months I was a private citizen. So it was about March of 2021. I came here. I was thinking of running for city council, right? And so I came here to talk to us about something, and I noticed that Mayor Smith and the whole council didn't say a word. And I just thought they just didn't want to talk. So when I got elected to city council, I found out that the city, in public participation, doesn't, unless it's advertised on the agenda, really don't discuss things. I mean, I'll say some things to clarify. So I just want you to know that. I used to think that Ruben was he didn't want to talk, or Mayor Smith didn't want to talk. So I just say that. So there may be some things there that council can't really, because it's not on the agenda. But I have a funny feeling that, I mean, I've been around a long enough time to know when there's this many people, there's something up, okay? So, so we can't really discuss a whole lot without it being on the agenda. So now, before we get to public participation, there's a gentleman here that I think wants to give some certificates to the city, so let me go down there real quick.
My name is Bruce Fanas. I'm president of Vietnam Veterans of America, Chapter 431 here in Las Cruces. What I got here is some certificate of appreciation for the city of Las Cruces, the mayor, the Parks Department, and the director for the Parks Department. Is there anybody here from the Parks Department?
Well, we have a former director.
Well,
she's an assistant. She got a promotion.
Yeah. Okay, well, this is for certificate of appreciation for the city's support with our 11th annual Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day, which was last weekend. And, well, this one's for the city. I also got one from Mayor Ken Miyagishima for one of my speakers here, kickoff speaker. Las Cruces Parks and Rec. And one for the director of Parks and Rec. Thank you, sir. They have always supported this Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day. I don't know if anybody was here last year when I started giving these out. I said I wasn't doing it no more. Wrong answer. I found out I'm going to be doing it again because we had a lot of mess ups this year. It wasn't the city, it wasn't the parks. There's some of the people who run it didn't want to show up. So I am taking it back to Vietnam Veterans is doing it from now on.
Bruce, Bruce, thank you very much for this. You know, it's always a pleasure and it's always humbling. And I just want to take a quick moment to thank those that here in the audience that are veterans. If you are, please stand up so we can thank you for your service, past or present. Thank you. Thank you very much. Just like I've always said, you know, we on the city council, I know myself, I couldn't do the things that I do without the veterans, because this has allowed me to do whatever I choose to do, whether I choose to go to school or serve on the council. Or thank you very much to our veterans. Thank you. Now, I can't sing, but I could probably do that. So, all right, thank you. So I woke up this morning and my knee is just really hurting. That's probably one of the few first things that I may want to do when I, in 2024, look at knee surgery. Okay, so this is public participation. So just to clarify what we discuss here is you have a total of 7 minutes. 3 minutes for public participation that you can, you know, whatever you choose to say, that we ask that it not be regarding any pending litigation or any item on the agenda. Because we allow 4 minutes for items that are on the agenda. Now, if you have to leave, please let us know, and you know that's why you're discussing things on the agenda. So only twice, though, you can come up to City Council to the podium. So if you talk in public participation and you have 2 items on the agenda, you may not want to. You have to choose, because you have just twice coming up to the, and we can't use the total of 7 minutes. And I'm sorry, Mr. Burunda, I can't give you any extra time, not with this crowd here today. Perhaps next council meeting. Okay. I usually start on my left, and I usually start on the first row. So I'm going to start on my right this time and the last row. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Please, come forward. I just need you to state your name, please. We have to have a little bit of brevity here. You'll be fourth row. I mean fourth person, or assuming these 2 gentlemen next to you.
My name is Lorelei English. I go by Lori English, and I've been here numerous times over the last 22 and a half years. I'd like to remind the City Council of their mission statement. The mission of the City of Las Cruces is to provide customer-focused municipal services to residents, businesses, and guests so they can experience the quality of place to live, work, and play. In the last 22 and a half years, I am sorry to say that I have seen, and this has not directed at any one particular person, with all due respect to the mayor and the council, I've seen the city go downhill. And the reason that's happened, and the reason I'm here in civilian clothes is because I could have come here in a T-shirt representing a military organization, a civic organization. I've been recognized by the city, by the county, by the state, and by the federal government for my actions. But I am ashamed of the actions of a council that almost unanimously puts their private interest ahead of the public good. When a city council comes up and says, we're more involved and more interested in changing the name of a street because it offends some people. It's been like that since day one. That compared to fixing a street. 2 years ago, I challenged anybody on the city council and anybody having anything to do with the city of Las Cruces to come out and drive down Stewart's Avenue on the East Mesa between Mesa Grande and Mesa. You cannot drive down that street without losing your front end alignment. Part of the street isn't even paved, and the rest of the street looks like it's got leprosy because there's patches on the patches. So we need a city council that's going to be proactive on our infrastructure, not changing the names of streets, not dealing with things that we, the people, didn't vote you in office to deal with. We voted you in office to take care of us, to look out for our interests, and I would appreciate it if the city council would reconsidering minor things. Yes, street names can be offensive. It happens all over the country. It happens all over the world. In fact, in Germany, there is a street named Hitler, which, if I could change it, I would. Bottom line is, we need an active, progressive, people-oriented, not personal interest-oriented city council. And I would appreciate your looking more at what's needed to be done instead of what's being done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Neeson? Even though I called you by your name, I just need you to state your name, please.
Okay. I'm Dr. Earl Nissen, and I live in Las Cruces. I have spoken from this lectern many times for having a civil discourse about a community issue. Recently, I have seen this lectern sullied with malicious and sexist remarks made to you as counselors coming from the underbelly of Las Cruces. These remarks even have the attention of the New Mexico State Democratic Party president, who on Saturday denounced such attacks and requested that the community react to these behaviors. I have known some of you for up to 20 years in other capacities and at other community meetings. I've had conversations with some of you at coffee shops or offices. I've always appreciated and respected our conversations. So all of you counselors have shown due diligence to the offices for which you were elected. We stand by you against the un-Americans using the freedom of speech to hide their vitriol against you as counselors. If they are present today, I suggest they desist from any further vicious outbursts. Thank you.
Mayor, councilors, my name is Michael Hayes. From 1973 to 2007, when I moved to Las Cruces, I was a civic activist or writer in Colorado Springs, Colorado, McLean, Virginia, Cleveland Heights, Ohio, and Ashland, Oregon. Nothing in my background prepared me for a city with a government scornful of its citizens and duplicitous in its professed commitment to transparency and accountability. Item, officials had not explained or even announced the departure of the city attorney. Ironically, several councilors have told me that I am naive for not knowing that they do much of their work out of public sight. If so, the effects are also out of public sight. So much for transparency and so little for accountability. Despite council's talk about police reform in the past 2 or 3 years, not one council member has publicly moved a single reform for a vote. Despite council's talk about transparency and accountability, not one council member has publicly asked about cases of citizens abused or killed by police officers. Not one has asked about the canine mauling of a citizen after he had surrendered. Not one has asked about Officer Jared Cosper's killing of Amelia Baca. Not one has asked why Police Chief Miguel Dominguez, who initially touted himself as Mr. Transparency, instigated a week-delayed, biased PR film instead of issuing a prompt, truthful statement of facts. Not one has asked why the LCPD did not charge Cosper. Not one is asked why the LCPD, despite a conflict of interest, led and participated in the task force review of a purportedly independent investigation of the killing. Not one asked why the case was referred outside LCPD's jurisdiction. Not one is asked why Cosper was returned to duty. Such questions and their answers would provide the kind of information which city and police officials release elsewhere in major cases. The refusal of Las Cruces officials and officers to inform the public about these and other cases shows their contempt, hypocrisy, and complicity in cover-ups. It also shows their priority: protect the police, not the public. Given this council's dereliction of duty, responsible citizens are proposing a Citizens Police Review Board to perform a public service which council refuses to perform. Given its inaction, which tolerates police abuse and killing, I believe the council will continue to resist a board which would at least make such information available to the public. So given this chance to do right, I believe that this council will persist in doing wrong. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Borunda, you're next.
My name is Paul Borunda. I was born and raised here in the city of Las Cruces on March 24th of 1945. I did not just get here yesterday, okay? To clarify that. At the age of 18, when I entered the military after President Kennedy's death in Texas, I was assigned duty in the Aleutian Islands on the Bering Sea during the Cuban Missile Crisis at the age of 18. Wasn't easy, but I did it. In 1965, I was sent to Vietnam as part of Operation Rolling Thunder, where the military was bombarding the Ho Chi Minh Trail out of Cambodia into the Gulf of Tonkin. We patrolled the entire area from Cambodia into the Gulf of Tonkin and gave ground support to the troops on the ground. We were fired upon by snipers, but that was a long time ago. But that set me on a course of finding justice and fighting for justice, and it didn't matter against whom or where. Now, I have been coming before the city council way before Mayor Miyagashima's tenure, which is almost 20 years, but I was here 35 years ago, fighting for our citizens with a group of people back then. And there's one person here, Jane Ash, who can attest to that. The problem that I'm having is that I've come before the city council to address many issues. I had high hopes that when we elected an all-woman city council, that things would change, but they haven't. Each one of these city council women that sits before us is from representing a particular district. Mine is District 1, and I have contacted Councilor Gondara hundreds of times on many issues. I've come before the city council to address the issue when a police officer by the name of De La Rosa, or De La something, but he was one of the officers who was shot a while back and was honored by the city of Las Cruces. Yet when he committed perjury in municipal court and before Council Judge Ryan, I appealed to
Mr. Borunda, I'm sorry, but your 3 minutes are up, and I can't give you an extension. We've got too many people here. I apologize. You're welcome to come next council.
Well, one last thing.
Mr. Borunda, please.
One last thing, please. It's not going to take but a second. I don't have enough time to discuss everything, but this is the manner by which we are treated. Now, I'm going to ask one thing, because the city council cannot do the job that they are there to do. They rely on the city manager, who is unavailable to the citizens, and there's no transparency. And I'm going to ask the city manager to fire the chief of police as of today, or face the consequences.
Thank you. Okay, so that's the first row. Anyone on the second row? Yes, ma'am.
I'm Lynn Moorer, a resident of District 1. Mayor Miyagishima, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, Councilor Abeta, Councilor Graham, Councilor Bencomo, Councilor Karan, Councilor Flores, I thank you and salute you for your work. My thanks and salutations also go to our presiding municipal judge Goldbaum and city staff. I have experience interacting with many governmental agencies in several states at the federal, state, regional, county, and municipal levels. While I do not always agree with your final decisions, city councilors and mayor, or agree fully with the way you prioritize issues, I unfailingly respect your work and the deliberative democratic process. I know from watching others try it that poisonous insults, condescension, sarcasm, scolding, and coarse language never persuade. Rather, they shine a bright light on the weakness of the insulter's argument. They also tend to show the shallowness of the insulter's character and frequently their small vocabulary. Bottom line, launching verbal punches at public officials is counterproductive and creates deaf ears. It is truly shameful that members of the male gender have recently been wasting public time and tarnishing their honor by denigrating our hardworking city councilors while displaying deep-seated misogyny and smallness of mind. I respectfully encourage all of you who think disparagement and insults are appropriate behavior to run for office yourself and see how many people actually think your character, wits, and stamina are sufficient to represent them adequately. Mayor and city councilors, I also salute your patience in allowing a few citizens to repeatedly vent about concerns that do not fall within the jurisdiction of city government, and instead should be directed to their state legislators, federal legislators, or the judicial system. From my perspective, all of you are more than worthy of your office and make our city very proud. Thank you for your hard work and never-ending commitment to our city and to each of its citizens. And thank you for your grace in rising above smallness.
Thank you, Mrs. Moore. If anyone thinks they can top that, you're welcome to come to the podium. Otherwise, you might just stay in your seat.
Mayor, City Council, my name is Jennifer Cry. I'm retired from NMSU. Can I say ditto? And I actually have a list of a few things, positive things I wanted to say, but then I left my reading glasses in the car. So I have to go by memory. So I just wanted, I'm here today because I don't always come to say thankful things and cheerful things, but I always appreciate the work that you do. I appreciate the new fire station that's going to be built, the work you guys put in to collect all the information that would make up the GO bond that was passed by the voters. We also had a new fire station built a couple of years ago, park improvements across the city, And I have to say, every time, because I drive by it every day, I am so excited about the Animal Services Center. The dog park is open, and people are there every time I go by. You make me very proud. This is why when I retired, I said I was staying in Las Cruces. Thank you.
Actually, I think the city council and I thank you, the voters, for passing the GO bond for fire station number 9. Is that number 9 or number 8? Number 9, yeah. So thank you. We appreciate that. Terry.
Good afternoon, Mayor Miyagishima and city councilors. My name is Terry Miller, and it's going to be hard to top Ms. Moorer, but I'm speaking today because of a recent conversation I had with a man about voting. Something he said made me realize how after I vote in an election, I rarely let my elected officials know how much I appreciate all the time and effort you put into helping me and my community. I've lived on the east side, the west side, and outside Las Cruces, and I've seen many changes in our beautiful city since we moved here in 1972, nearly 51 years ago. Many of the changes have enriched our lives by creating the city trails system, adding more parks and sports venues for our youth, creating a downtown mall where families can gather at the farmers market on Saturdays, and for celebrations and activities in the downtown plaza, just to name a few. But the City Council's work is not just about providing its citizens with pretty parks and walking trails. For our city to function, it needs to be fiscally solvent, and thanks to our City Council and Mayor, it is. For our city to thrive, the City Council needs to focus on the health and well-being of everyone who lives here, and these are the issues our City Council and Mayor address every day. Thankfully, it does. Every day, every one of you work on how to provide affordable housing, how to help our citizens who do not have a home, how to address our citizens' concerns about our safety, how to keep our public roads and services maintained, how to set fair business practices, just to name a few. The work of our city councilors and mayor is endless. And when each of you decided to run for office, you pretty much chose to give up your personal lives to serve all of us citizens at Las Cruces. So I'm grateful to every one of you for all the time, effort, and dedication you have put into making Las Cruces such a great place to live. And if any of you in the audience feel the same way I do, would you please stand? And I have one more thing to say. Thank you, Mayor Miyagishima, for your 16 years of commitment for service to our city. I'm grateful for the many, many good changes you have made through the years. Best wishes to you.
Thank you, Terry. I appreciate that. Anyone else on the second row? Oh, I see Regent Davastali. Good to see you. I'm sorry if you were here when I was introducing, and I missed you. I apologize. Good to see you. Dr. Davastali. And yeah, Dr. Davastali as well. Yeah. Third row. Anyone third row? Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Huff. In 1995, we had the privilege to purchase the only house in Las Cruces with lakefront property. Living on the edge of Burn Lake Park was so fun, being able to watch the families and the children enjoying the water, the fish, and the birds. In about 2008 or so, the lake dried up, which caused families to quit using the east end of the park. Illicit activities forced the city to close this section of the park to vehicle traffic. Also, overnight camping and open campfires were prohibited. This basically caused the 7 small shelters that are on the 10-foot by 10-foot concrete bases to be abandoned. Also, Parks and Rec seems to have quit maintaining the fence at the east end of the park next to Golden Corral. Once this fence started falling down and showing signs of neglect, people started cutting holes in it, and now vehicles are driving through these holes. The homeless started establishing camps in the bottom of the lake among the salt cedars. They also dug terraces midway down the east bank and established shelters among the salt cedars. In December of 2020, they set the east end of the lake bottom on fire. The fire threatened our home and filled it with smoke. This finally got someone's attention, and the salt cedars at the bottom of the lake were removed, but not from the sides. 3 months after the fire, Officer Brian Klimek with the LCPD organized a community cleanup of the trash and that had accumulated at the park. More than 60 volunteers collected over 2.45 tons of trash. 2 weeks ago, homeless encampments moved in and have occupied all 7 of the previously abandoned shelters in the restricted area here at Byrne Lake. For the last 2 weeks, we have had to endure the campfire smoke blowing into our house, the smell of human feces, and watch trash blow down the neighborhood. Last Saturday, for the first time since we moved in 1995, not only did I lock the front door, which I usually do, but I also set the house alarm and threw the deadbolts because I was there alone for several hours. I should not be having to live in fear because of these illegal homeless camps outside our bedroom window. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Fred Huff. My wife just talked about the slow decay and neglect at the east end of Byrne Lake Park that led up to the illegal occupation of the 7 abandoned shelters 2 weeks ago. I want to talk about the nightmare that we have been living in for the last 2 weeks because of these homeless people living outside our bedroom window. Once these camps moved in, I went over and politely had conversations with several of the residents. What I learned was that around March 17th, the LCPD evicted the encampments behind the fire station on Valley Drive. They told me that they then moved from the fire station to these abandoned shelters at Byrne Lake where they are now. On top of the people living there illegally, the vehicle traffic has increased tenfold as vehicles come in and out. One particular guy driving a gray Chevy Trailblazer drives around here like it's a Grand Prix rally race, creating massive dust clouds. I saw burnout tracks in the dirt yesterday near one of the tents, and I asked a resident what happened, as it would have thrown dirt right into his tent. He said that he and the Chevy guy had gotten into an argument, and then the Chevy guy spun out and filled his tent with dirt. The Chevy guy seems to be delivering stuff to other residents. One afternoon, a resident of nearby Glendale Gardens confronted the Chevy guy about his deliveries, and they got into a big verbal argument. I called the police on this one, and they sent an officer out. The Chevy guy was long gone by then, though. Several times we have witnessed people totally freak out after visiting with the Chevy guy. Remember, this is an area closed to vehicles. And while I was having a nice conversation with the resident yesterday, 2 other guys came up to us and expressed quite a bit of hostility towards me. I took Rob Wood and the mayor's with the Mayor's Homeless Task Force for a tour of the camps on Friday. And one of the residents called us over and threatened me and my home for taking photographs. Once this mess is cleared out, the Parks and Recreation Department needs to be directed to rebuild the fences at the east end of Byrne Lake and the end of Brown Road. The abandoned shelters are the magnet that brought these encampments to this area, and they also need to be removed. My wife and I should not be having to live in fear for our home and safety. If this was happening outside your bedroom window, would you be okay with it? Would any of you be willing to come and take a tour of this mess? I really think this city has more pressing needs than worrying about an offensive street name. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. My name is Floyd Rivera, and I live at 1805 West Round Road. My property is adjacent to the Burn Lake property. I want to give you, Mayor and council members, a two-page little brochure. And
You can give that
about
to the,
Burn Lake.
if you can give that to the city clerk, that would be great, Mr. Rivera.
I want you to share it, but I want it back.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll be sure to, once you give it to the clerk, she'll maybe take a picture of it, and then we'll send it down.
I want it back because I have a folder about that thick on Burn Lake property development. If you will bear with me, I want to give you a brief history of the Burn Lake property development. Okay, like we bought the property in 1966, built a home there, and I'm going to give you a little history because I honestly believe that a lot of people in Las Cruces do not know the history of Burn Lake. They don't. And I don't know about the council members, but you're too young, and that's a compliment. Or maybe I'm too old. But in any case, like I said, we bought the property in 1967 and built a home there. The property there at that time was like about 40 acres owned by a farmer, and it was a cotton field. The property was bought by Mr. P.R. Burns. He's a noted contractor here in town. Mr. Burns sold the property to the highway contractor, the interstate. One morning, without any of us being notified, the bulldozers and the ground movers moved in and started pulling dirt out of the Burn Lake property to build the interstate from where it intersects with I-25 up to the hill. Anyway, when the project was over, Mr. Burns tried to establish like an amusement park. They even set up one of these tiger swings where kids grab the swing and swing into the lake. Okay.
Mr. Rivera, I'm sorry, your 3 minutes are up, but your picture is here, though. We've got it.
Yeah, okay. I'll be...
Mr. Rivera, I'm sorry. We've got so many people here. But let me tell you something. I got the emails over the weekend. I've sent it to EFO. I'm sure him and his team, they're going to get this thing resolved. So I'm sorry, Mr. Rivera. I apologize.
No, my message, okay, is that Mr. Burns built a fence all around the property, okay? That fence is in real bad shape, okay? And over the years, you know, homeless, you know.
I hear you. Please, I'll include your counselor, Counselor Bencomo, but we're going to have to move on to some other speakers.
Okay.
I apologize.
I just want to thank the manager and you, Mr. Mayor, and Councilor Bencomo.
Yes, sir.
Because the city crews have, in the last 2 years, they kept the property clean.
Yes,
okay. They have a helper, and the helper, Mr. Fred Huff here.
Okay.
I go by the road, and he's out there pulling weeds.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. So please look into this homeless problem. It is serious.
Yes, sir.
There's some weird
Mr. Rivera,
folks in those
we
groups.
need you to.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Don't forget to give me back
Yeah.
my.
No, it's right here. It's right here. Right here. It's right here, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Rivera, you're. Oh. All right.
Thank you for this time. My name's Clarice Francis. We've been living here in Las Cruces since '93. I just want to make a comment about the people on the streets with holding up signs. I was crossing over to Hobby Lobby the other day, and there were like 12 people holding up signs, and one even crossed cat a corner where I was turning to the right, and I almost hit him. And he was making rude gestures and waving and tossing rocks at my car. And the people on the other corner, there was a woman with a child, about 12 years old. She was crossing over to come over to Walmart or Arby's, and they were harassing her. They were picking out the little girl's clothes. They were shoving her a little bit, not hard, but gently. And I just sat there and watched that while this guy was standing here waving and making rude gestures with his front of his body. And finally he went on across, and then I turned. And I didn't do anything. Later on, I was coming up to Marshall's, and the same thing was happening up on Telshore and Loman. There was about 6 people on the corner. There's people on every corner on that whole area, and they're starting to spread out. And at that point, I did call the police department, and I said, because it was a danger to them and us. And the guy was not very supportive. He was almost condescending, and he says, yeah, we'll try and check on that. And that's the response I got. So this is just the beginning, and I thought a few years ago this was illegal. I thought that we weren't supposed to have these people on the corner. There's so many agencies that I have been involved in at different times to help these people get off the street. And they do have agencies, but they choose not to because it's easier to do this. And I'd like you guys to do something about that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Lori Martinez. I live in Councilor Corrin's district, and I'm also the Executive Director of Engaged New Mexico, a nonprofit focused on transforming education outcomes in Doña Ana County. I'm here today to express my thanks to our City Council because I am encouraged and hopeful about the state of our city in a way that I haven't been since I moved here over 20 years ago. I'd like to point out some things many people may not realize. As we learned last week, unemployment in the city of Las Cruces was 3.1% in December, a decrease of over 1.5% from recent years, multiple years. Just a few weeks ago, our City Council approved the designation of 2 areas as metropolitan redevelopment areas. This decision will draw resources and revitalization to parts of the city that desperately need it. And the MRAs are a strategy which many of us view as key to economic development and prosperity. The City Council, I have appreciated, has also been addressing affordable housing, public safety, poverty, and mental health in meaningful ways. Looking at root causes and holistic solutions and not simply ignoring poor families or engaging in solutions that only shuffle human beings who are struggling out of the way. The work we do at Engaged New Mexico is in education, where we work to align education systems in Doña Ana County from early childhood all the way to the workforce in a way that works for all of our people. You simply can't do this kind of work in any kind of meaningful way without looking at things like poverty, lack of safe, affordable housing, mental health, and public safety. It is beyond encouraging to me, therefore, and refreshing to have a city council that doesn't run from tough topics like generational poverty, racism, sexism, the challenges our small businesses are facing, and many more. These things have been done during and in the immediate aftermath of a global pandemic that upended all of our lives, and are a credit not only to the city staff, but the City Council, who have worked to partner with entities all over the city and state to ensure residents of Las Cruces get what they need. To be a city councilor means you understand that conflict and disagreements will come, that our city has real challenges to work through, and you work through them. I've been grateful to see our council model strength in this way. Despite frequent disrespect and blatant attempts to police their body language and the words they use, these women have repeatedly asked who is not represented here, and then gone out to their community to learn about what concerns all of us, not just the people who agree with them. In all my time living in Las Cruces, I've seen a more visible and accessible, I've never seen a more visible and accessible city council than in the last few years. As a resident of Las Cruces, I'm here to ask you the same question I've heard you all ask over and over. How can I help? And as the director of a nonprofit committed to our community's well-being and prosperity, I'm here to tell you that we are proud to stand with you and greatly looking forward to the work we can continue to do together.
Yeah, while the next speaker makes their way down, let me just leave you my email address and my cell phone. What better way to respond to that is mayor@las-cruces.org. I know we're changing the GOV, but it doesn't seem to work, so just use the org for now. And then my cell phone is 575-571-2440. I know I'm only in office for 8 more months, but I'll make sure that your counselor will get these emails and text messages. But really, we do want to hear from you. And there's times that we can't, and sometimes we can. And so please let us know how we can help. So, yes, I'm sorry for.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councilors. First and foremost, Mayor, thank you so much for your years of service to our community. My name is Abraham Sanchez. I am born and raised here in Las Cruces, New Mexico. I live in District 2. I love our beautiful city, and I try to keep up with our city government and council meetings. I wish I could say that I always agree with the statements and decisions that our council makes, but I don't. Sometimes I get frustrated, and I often think our city government moves too slow to truly meet the needs of our community. With that said, I also want to thank our mayor and councilor for this time and this space to share concerns and grievances. I realize this opportunity doesn't exist everywhere in the world, and it's vital to our democracy, especially at the local level, that we have this space to talk to our elected leaders about the city we want to live in. Growing up in Las Cruces, I was taught strong values of respect and democracy. Unfortunately, over the last few weeks, I've continued to see residents approach this council with disrespect and baseless accusations. I've seen residents who seem to think that insulting language and temper tantrums are appropriate substitutes for real policy discussions and reasoned arguments. I've seen councilwomen berated in ways that I've never seen happen to male councilors. And recently, I was extremely disappointed to see our mayor allow one of these community members to go well over their input time to continue to berate councilors. I don't know where these ideas and behaviors came from, but I'm here to tell you, the people doing this do not represent the Las Cruces values I've been taught my whole life. My commitment to this council is to live these values every day and to teach them to younger members of our community. Just a couple of weeks ago, I was blessed to be able to spend the day with my 9-year-old nephew. I took a moment that day to show him the video of a recent city council meeting. I taught him that in this world, people will often grant special privileges to men to disrespect women, especially women leaders, and that this is wrong. He was upset to think that people could treat women leaders he was upset to think that people could treat his mom and grandmother and women in our community this way. He was also excited, however, when I told him that we all have the power to change this and that disrespectful people in our community don't get to decide our values. We decided that we will continue building a city that allows us to voice our concerns over local government while also respecting our elected leaders who have chosen to serve our community. These are the Las Cruces values I'm proud to pass on to my nephew, and I'm excited to keep working for respect and democracy in Las Cruces. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the third row? Okay, we're going to the fourth row now. Fourth row. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Reverend Carolyn Wilkins, and I wasn't sure I was going to speak today, but somebody had another idea in mind, and it was those who've come before and those I've heard who have made disparaging remarks. I believe in the separation of church and state as things are written, but I want to bring to your attention that this is a week of multiple holidays. We're celebrating Lent and Easter, Ramadan and Passover will start soon. All of those holidays are a time of reflection, forgiveness, elevation of love. And in some, it's to reach out to the community in how they can serve. So I bring that up because as a clergy leader myself, I have fought in countless situations for justice and equality for many decades. I've only been in Las Cruces for 4 years, but I've been pretty active while I've been here, getting to know the city and love the city. And I totally appreciate the leadership that has been shown by the female, all-powerful council members that I stand before. And I think you should be honored, Mayor, to sit with this group of women. So in my time, I just want to say that the verbal assault on this all-female council is disturbing, it's insulting, it's disrespectful, and it's disheartening. I don't hold that opinion. My message is one of standing in solidarity for the strong, intelligent, and powerful women that have been elected for this city. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your intelligence. Thank you for being prepared for this job. And thank you for being a model for the young women that come behind you.
Before Clerk Lopez Askin, if you want to come forward, the clerk, the Doña Ana County Clerk, has something she's been meaning to say, and she's going to leave, so I asked if she would just come forward. So.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good afternoon. Dr. Amanda Lopez Askin, proud to serve as your Doña Ana County Clerk. And I debated whether I was going to speak today, but after hearing some of the comments and looking at some of the expressions on my fellow elected officials' faces, I thought I should come here and tell you in solidarity that I understand. Unfortunately, I have the experience of being in your shoes a lot this last 3 to 4 years. And I have had insults to my appearance, my intelligence, my moral compass. I've been accused of things that would, it's very difficult. But I will tell you, probably the worst was when I was with my 6-year-old daughter in a parking lot and was being screamed at that I was a liar. I was also, you all may know, likely, that there was the leaders in the northern part of our state that their homes were shot at, including Senator Linda Lopez's home, which has her 10-year-old daughter, in which she found plaster in her bed the next morning and said, "Mom, what is this?" Right? That same person who is accused of that, I also had to report to the FBI because they threatened me. Hang her till she's dead. So when I'm here, I come to you saying, I know it's disturbing. I see you. I know that you're up at night worrying. I know you hear the criticisms and it feels personal. I know that your family has suffered, your friends have suffered, people who support you have suffered because of your innate desire to lead and to help our community. I want you to know that I see you, I appreciate the work, and that I'm here in solidarity, basically, to support you. I know that you're on the side of right. And so when I've been asked many times, how do you do it? It's so difficult. It's so, you're this, the social media. I say, I sleep fine because I'm on the side of right. And I have that daughter of mine that will be looking at me and hoping that I spoke out and spoke up in the side of right, and that's where you're sitting right here, so I want to thank you for that. I also want to tell you that you represent New Mexico values, inclusivity, compassion, and seeing people as people, and wanting that quality of life that's in your mission statement for everybody. So thank you for your service, and I look forward to working with you moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk. Thank you for your indulgence, ma'am.
Okay. Yes. No. Thank you, council members, and oh, thank you, Council members and Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for your service to our community. I too wasn't sure if I was going to speak. My name is Rochelle Arellano, and I'm not sure what district I live in, but I do vote. And I did want to thanks to several friends of mine who I've been following the politics, not only the national, but also the state and local politics. And so the discourse has been very divisive, as we all know, as citizens. But I did want to take this moment to say that despite the fact that we have much progress and we can celebrate a lot of progress, progress is not static. Progress is progress. And so the work that you do as council members, as mayor, and everybody who serves with you, this is a work in progress. Our communities are works in progress. I arrived here 4 years ago as a resident, even though I've been in and out of New Mexico for the last almost 40 years. I am proud to call myself a New Mexican transplant from California, and I was the wife of an elected official in California, so I do understand the pressure that you're under and the discourse that many of you are the targets of and your families of. And I do appreciate the fact that you and your families sometimes stay up at night worrying about whether you'll be safe to sit up here in these seats. And so I do want to invite anyone who feels that they can do the job to get on the ballot and to get out there and start to put their ideas in action if they want to see change, just as you have done. But I did want to come here and say thank you again for your service, for your continuing service, and I also want to thank the citizens of Las Cruces who have given me such a warm and wonderful community in which to live. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we're still on the fourth row. Anyone? Fourth row? Okay, fifth row. Sure, no problem.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Noreen Dresser. I am a folklorist, retired university professor, and the author of an award-winning LA Times column and book by the same name called Multicultural Manners. Both the book and the column attempt to demystify the cultural differences of people who are unlike themselves. The goal is to create respect so that we may communicate with one another without offense, to build bridges between communities. Of course, I am aware that there is a disagreement as to the original meaning of the word that we all know. For example, between the Algonquin and the Iroquois tribes. And there are those who even claim that it is not a Native American word at all. However, I accept the meaning proffered by Secretary of Interior Deb Haaland. She says that historically the word has been used as an offensive ethnic, racial, and sexist slur. Now, I'm sure that those who named that street had no clue as to its derogatory meaning. Alas, now that we know, how degrading, not just to Native American women, to all women. Therefore, I am here to support those who desire to change the name of that street. However, I would question what procedures would be in place so that people living there are not unnecessarily inconvenienced, especially those who depend on regular mail deliveries for medications, checks, benefits, and other necessities. Thank you.
I'm going to. Oh, yes. Sorry.
Okay, so we're still on the fifth row.
I was sitting next to her.
I'm sorry.
So,
yes.
My name is Miriam Chaikin. I'm in Ivan Flores' district. I just want to support the council and the mayor for all you're doing for the city. I lived overseas for more than a decade of my life. I lived under martial law in the Philippines. I lived in Kenya where there was a one-party system and presidents for life, and no elected officials were elected legitimately. I got up at 3 o'clock in the morning to watch Nelson Mandela walk out of Robben Island prison, where he had been a political prisoner for 27 years. I know that the arc of justice is long, but it tips to the right, to quote Dr. King. And I want to support you all for what you're doing to try and make this community better and to make our interactions with each other more civil, more respectful, more inclusive. And I thank you for your work.
Thank you.
We're going to tap dance out of here now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Bobby Green, President, Doñana County NAACP, Vice Chair of the New Mexico Law Enforcement Academy. Mayor Miyagashima, Manager Peely, and City Council women. I stand in solidarity with you today. I want you to know that. But I also have a request. We are working on a Citizens Review Board, and I'd like to give you a little bit of an overview of what happens when the NAACP receives a complaint. We have a website where we can receive complaints from citizens, and lately we have received quite a few. I've been very busy. And what happens is when I receive a complaint regarding excessive use of force, I go and I do an IPRA request. I get the body cam footage and the police reports redacted, but there's enough information there that I can see what is going on. And once I get those documents and videos, I usually, if there is contradictions between what's in the report and what's on the camera, then I contact attorneys. And I've had to do that quite a few times here recently. And so I am here to request that we have a work session so we can establish a communication, a dialogue, so we can hear. I've met with several of you. You've come to our city council meetings. I want to say thank you for that, the time you've given. Most of you have been to the city council meetings, including the mayor, and I appreciate that. So what we're looking for is a work session and consideration, placement on the agenda of a resolution that has been developed by lawyers, by members of the NAACP, members of the Las Cruces School Board, members of the ACLU. We have worked on a resolution. We would like that resolution to be placed on the agenda. We would like to be part of the solution. We want to work with you. This is a matter of public safety. It is a matter of financial liability to the taxpayers. And so what we're trying to accomplish is to get something in place that is a solution that's a win-win for the members of the City Council, the LCPD, the community, and all of us. That is the goal. And so I thank you for your time, and I would appreciate it if you would consider a work session and putting our resolution on the agenda. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Liz Rodriguez Johnson, and I'm the first vice president of the NAACP, Doñana County. Mayor Miyagashima, city council members. In the interest of time, I will be brief, but I just want to reiterate what Dr. Green just said, that we are concerned about the obvious excessive use of force within the police department. And unfortunately, that it's used disproportionately on people of color. And as a person of color, that really, really concerns me. So I would like to repeat what Dr. Green just said, which is that we're looking for a work session where we can discuss this, the community with the council members. And we can come to some sort of a resolution where we can have more preventative measures put in place so we minimize this kind of, I call it atrocity. Thank you.
Thank you. We're still on the fifth row, I believe.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Zico Rodriguez. I am the political liaison for the CCIA, the Coalition of Conservatives in Action. And a big part of my job is to be involved with the local city governments, public school systems. I ran for office, and I actually have strong communications with administrators with the public school system. And for those who don't know, that Las Cruces public school system is the worst public school system in all of New Mexico. And given that New Mexico is the worst educated state in the entire country, we can not proudly say that Las Cruces is the worst educated public school system in the entire country. That means that our kids are starved. We're also worse ranked in child well-being, so our kids are starved, they're physically abused, they're sexually abused, and they are uneducated at a level that is unprecedented around the country. So obviously the public school department is beholden to the public education department, okay? The schools, they got to go through them, so they can't do anything. It's at the state. They always push you to the state. So I'm here asking the city council in how I saw Councilor Bencoma extend her olive branch to work with the city school system to work with the cannabis usage. So I would hope that you would extend that same olive branch with the public school system, particularly with what I learned recently, that there was vandalism at a particular middle school. I can leave it up to you all to figure out what it is. I'm sure you'll find out really quick. And during that vandalism, these children that were vandalizing the school with pornography and calling out teachers, spray painting their name with teachers and threats, they had guns on them as well at this particular middle school. So I would hope that you can have that same kind of cross-jurisdictional influence with having the police department have a proper response, because there's no training. I learned that there's no training for the administrators. If there was a school shooting, there is no training. There is no way for them to deal with it. So our children are the most abused, the most starved, the most uneducated. They get out of high school at a 6th grade reading level, I believe it is. And now they are vulnerable to they're gonna get a free-for-all. The mass shooter comes into one of our school systems. I have a daughter in school. How long is it going to take for them to respond? I would suggest that you look at a school the last school shooting that we just had, they responded within 12 minutes, very effective. I would hope that you would look in to see what their response protocols were and extend that here to Las Cruces, because I am fearful that we're going to have a school shooting here, and it's just going to be terrible. So please consider what I'm saying here today for the sake of the children. And for those of you who don't try to pursue that, we're going to see what kind of government official you are, and furthermore, what kind of a human being you are. Because this is all politics aside. Everyone's so proud of our city government. Meanwhile, we have the most abused children in the country. I think it's very sad. I think it's a very sad state that we're in, to cheer on our city government when our children are being molested at the highest level in the country. Thank you.
You know, I don't normally brag about my children, but I'm going to brag about one of them, well, all of them, but one in particular. She went to, yeah, you can do that with you. She went to Desert Hills, Camino Real. Back then it was Oñate, but it's Oregon. New Mexico State University. She'll graduate in less than a year as a medical doctor and a PhD from Yale Medical School. So, and this was from our Las Cruces public school system. Our schools are really good. I'm sorry, but I just needed to say that to defend our schools, because our teachers are hardworking. And I will say that Las Cruces the Las Cruces public schools have the highest graduation rate than any school in the state. So, anyways, I just needed to say that. Yeah, and Mayor Pro Tem's daughter, who went through public education, is also okay. Yeah, Washoe.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very proud of both my kids, but my daughter went to one of the poorest schools in this district, Booker T. Washington, then to Sierra Middle School and Las Cruces High. And she's now a medical doctor at her last residency at the University of Colorado, where in July she will be moving to Northwestern to attend her last fellowship there to be a pathologist. So I think we turn out many excellent students that go on and do tremendous things, not only in this community, but all over the nation. So, and I think, Zeke, if you're still here, which I see you back there, I'd have no problem having a conversation with you. I spent 27 and a half years in child welfare, specifically in this county, so we can talk all day long if you would like about the system and what we've done to correct many of these things, and you should be part of the solution as well. In many other, I don't think we have a lot of starving kids, but we have kids. We should be posing that question, why? Why in an agriculturally rich community we have kids that go home hungry? And not to mention the wonderful things that our state legislature did to offer meals to children, no matter socioeconomic status. So there's a tremendous amount of work that's happening at all levels. And again, I extend the olive branch to you to have those conversations. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I think both Mayor Pro Tem and I, we recognize we have great schools, both private but also public, and that's why we wanted to share the successes of our children through our great public schools. And I think Councilor Abeyta would like to say something.
Thank you. With 3 kids in the public school system, including 2 that are going to a community school, I know that our teachers work hard every day. And whether it is them doing a lockdown drill that they have to do, whether it's them teaching math or working with interpersonal relations for middle schoolers, which is no easy task, they work hard every day for our children. And I see that as a parent and an engaged parent, how hard that these teachers are working for our children. I see how our students are trying to thrive in environments that sometimes are full of support and sometimes are very challenging. I see a student that I drive home with my own child that goes to band, that walks to and from his house to the university so that he could make it to all-city band. And he did that without any parent support, but he was trying to thrive in the environment that he is in. We have good students, we have great kids, and we have fantastic teachers. Thank you.
Okay, so that was 5th row. Anyone else on the 5th row? 6th row. Juan.
Mayor, Councilor, my name is Juan Garcia. First of all, I want to state that in no way, shape, or form do I support any disrespect towards anyone. And by anyone, I'm talking about anyone. Our differences are on policies and issues, and I do thank you for your engagement. Today, I'm here to talk about the forgotten victims of the Las Cruces criminal element, the victims who have become a statistic, a report number, and quickly forgotten. Victims like the Chinese restaurant Rising Star on El Paseo, who was attacked for the 3rd time, about $3,000 worth of damage, or So Glam Boutique on Missouri, whose owner, Gabe, and his wife were woken up at 4 o'clock in the morning to the news that their lovely shop had been vandalized, destroyed glass, theft, about $5,000 to $10,000. Same old story, you've heard it before, just a different day and a different location. And then they're quickly forgotten. Look at the report obtained through the IPRA dated 20 March 2023, and comparing stats year-to-date 2022 against 2023. The total property crime has gone up 14%. This is the first quarter of the year, of which commercial burglary itself has gone up 54%. It's only the first quarter. When statistics are presented, we often hear, quote, not as bad as last year, crime is going down, or remain steady. This news may be good for politicians, but not for the victims. Last year, one of our state senators proclaimed here in this chambers, affordable housing is a right. Okay, good. So why isn't the safety and security of our citizens a right? Why isn't it a right to walk outside your home and find your vehicle parked where you left it? Or a right to come to work and find your small business in the same condition as you left it when you closed up? Why haven't our elected officials, and I'm talking about the state, I'm not necessarily talking about the council, enacted strong legislation with consequences to deter or prevent crime? Some of the legislators are here. Maybe they can explain why they didn't do it. Victims calling the police after a crime is committed against them is too late. I recommend to the council that you add 2 slides to your presentations. A presentation that states the name of each small business victim of crime that's identified by name, not number, so those names are called out at each meeting and not forgotten. The second, slide with arrests and convictions. Since 2018, the violent crime trend has increased. And this goes to all our elected officials. If you don't have the will or your ideology prevents you from taking decisive action to protect your citizens, all your citizens, not just those you align with, please step aside and allow someone that can to take your place. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else on the 6th row?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is William Norris. I'm a Catholic evangelist and part of a lay religious order called Mary's Little Remnant that resides in Truth or Consequences. We preach the dogma that there's no salvation outside the Catholic Church and that we're living in the final days. I say true Catholic because we're not affiliated with the so-called church that resides in Rome. We don't believe that Francis is a true pope, and we do not attend the church in our local parish. We hold to the Catholic faith from the first 1,000 years. With that being said, the reason I am here today is to voice my protest against the $10 million abortion clinic that is coming to Las Cruces. First, let me say that my faith is my primary motivation in protesting abortion. Unlike almost all the people in the pro-life movement, I don't believe these aborted babies go to heaven. As a true Catholic, we believe that all aborted unbaptized babies go to the fires of hell due to the guilt of original sin on their soul. With this being the case, you can see why I have more than enough incentive to try and stop abortion. As far as the secular reasons go, I take a page out of Carla Sontag's book. Carla is the president and founder of the New Mexico Business Coalition and asks a very simple question: why are taxpayer funds being used to fund a for-profit business? This is unfair to taxpayers and every other New Mexican business that is not being funded. When I called the governor's office to get an answer to this question, I got passed around from a receptionist to a staff member who didn't pick up their phone. I ended up leaving a voicemail and never received a call back. Then there is the question of why is this clinic coming to Doña Ana instead of Bernalillo? According to an article from Mizalua Current, the abortion clinics in Bernalillo County are strained due to an overcapacity of patients. Bernalillo County has a population of just over 647,000 people and 5 abortion clinics. Doña Ana has a population of just over 221,000, and they have 4 abortion clinics. Despite having more clinics per capita than Bernalillo, Kayla Herring, director of the Public Affairs for Planned Parenthood of Rocky Mountains, had this to say about the new abortion clinic, quote, "The southern part of New Mexico has lacked access to the full spectrum of reproductive health care for generations. Directing money to help our southern New Mexico families is critical for patient care. Recently, Planned Parenthood of Las Cruces closed down on December 27, 2022, and isn't expected to reopen until April 27th. This shows that the demand for abortion is not great here in southern New Mexico, and according to the New Mexico Selected Health Statistics, abortions overall were trending downward from 2014 to 2018. So this is not a matter of the governor trying to, quote, help New Mexicans. Bernalillo County is clearly more central to the state with a larger population. However, the clinic is being built in Las Cruces because we are closest to the Texas border. The bottom line is that the governor is attempting to fund Texas abortions with New Mexico taxpayer dollars. We as New Mexicans should be outraged that we are funding yet another abortion clinic, but one that caters to the, quote, needs of another state. For your only hope of salvation, please visit www.johnthebaptist.us. Thank you and have a good day.
Okay, that's still the 6th row. Anyone else on the 6th row? Okay, 7th row, anyone? 8th row? Okay, if you all want to make your way down, that would be great.
Hi, my name is Patricia. I have a small business here in town, and I'm a little shooken up
Excuse me,
because
Patricia, I need your last name, please.
Jimenez, the little shop on Main Street, and I'm here to represent, if not all of the business for downtown. I actually started my company down the street in 2020, and I was there for 2 years, relocated to Taos for 1 year. And thanks to the Downtown Las Cruces Partnership and Cassandra, I came back to town because a lot of the community wanted me back. Last week, I was terrorized by a known person in the community named Noe Jimenez. He's got a big rap sheet, and he's actually been taken down by the SWAT team. Tries to come in my store. I run to my store, I lock the doors, call 911, call my security company. They come to my rescue and stand by me, and I never felt victimized by the police ever in my life. I felt that they were questioning why I was calling. They refused to do a report. They questioned who I knew on the council, because I had mentioned I knew Cassandra, and I was going to report this to the mayor's office in Cassandra. And they asked me who else I knew. They asked me for my ID. They didn't ask the ID for the perpetrator. And their excuse was, well, the perpetrator said that your business hours were 9 to 6, and that's why he wanted to come into your store. I cited my rights as a citizen and as a business owner, saying I refuse to any service to somebody, especially someone who is a known offender and someone who is very dangerous to the community. From now on, I carry pepper spray. I carry pepper spray just to come to this meeting because the crime, the homelessness has risen dramatically since I've been here. I've called the police more than 10 times. They've refused to file reports. It's being investigated by Internal Affairs actively. It's also being investigated by the mayor's office. It's being investigated by the Attorney General. My request to you, as a business owner, I'm a single woman. It's very scary. I'm not a big woman. I don't have that presence and that luxury in my store to protect myself. I ask that you allocate funds to protect the businesses, not only after, but before. What can we do to increase security? What can we do to increase the public safety around our businesses when we have families walking down the street and there's a known offender as Noah Jimenez going into not my store, but 5 other stores that same day, including the Boys and Girls, the little center down the street. What can we do to prevent that and take these people off the streets? Are there any curfews put in place? Active security? What can we do to protect ourselves? Self-defense courses? Business safety for the community and also the business owners, because I'm terrified as a business. I have a successful business, and I feel like it's not only paralyzing me, but it's paralyzing the community. Thank you.
Patricia, I'm going to invite you to either watch the video at the end of this meeting during council comments or contact Mayor Pro Tem. There is something that the city manager has, we're going to be doing for the downtown area because of the TID. It's a very specialized funding source, so please stay tuned. Thank you. Okay, we're 8th row. Anyone? 8th row? Now we're going to go to the 9th row. 9th row. 2, 4, 6.
I'm a little short. Hello, everybody. My name is Giselle Nance. This is my first council meeting, and I want to thank everybody. I'm here because of Johanna Bencomo. Saw your posting yesterday. I'm the one who messaged you in support of women, too, because of what's going on. But I'm also here to thank you all for, of course, your great job, but as a mother, too, because I'm volunteering now as a community leader, and I wanted to make sure what's going on in schools as a parent. I have grown children, which I'm just heard a parent up there saying about our schools. I'm very sorry what he thinks about our schools districts. I've been here only for 23 years. I have grown children that they did go to somewhat, impoverished schools, but they all graduated from NMSU. I have a son that is in intelligence and one that just graduated, and he has autism with his PhD. Well, is about with his PhD in history and in linguistics. And he's with a current program to try to get a job with DVR. So there is things out there for our children. I don't come from I'm a middle-class mom, and believe it or not, I was a novice, and then I became a mom, so I know that there is programs for our children. Now, my reason that I'm here is I know that we come from divided and different political views, and I don't think we should maybe come together as a community. I know we have a lot of issues going in our community, but we have a lot of hate going on. Maybe if we come together and instead of attacking our council, maybe let's work together in the community. Instead of bashing each other, what's wrong, what's this? I welcome you to come into Cafe New Mexico Organize and maybe become leaders, and we can fix the community
Excuse me, Giselle,
together.
can you talk into the
I
mic?
mean, come together in the community, and I welcome you to come into New Mexico Cafe, and we can work together. We're bipartisan. We can do things together in the community, because I do it voluntarily, and I get out there and do things. You don't have to, we're, like I say, bipartisan. Instead of complaining, let's do something about it together. Thank you, that was all.
Okay, anyone else on 8th row, 9th row? Anyone else on my left? Oh, yes, please. We still have a few more speakers on my left. Please find your way to the front, please. Okay.
Hello, my name is Linda Sanchez, and I just bought some property on Mesquite Street, and I would love to see the historical Mesquite district blossom. A few of us attended the MRA meetings. We haven't heard much more about it, and so would it be possible that we could raise our Mesquite district, they're calling, as an art and cultural district, just as the Main Street was raised? There was incentives put out for artists, and it's a beautiful venue, a plaza, and I would like incentives for artists in the Mesquite district. Cassandra Gandera talked about a possible historical renovation on a property I guess the city owns, and that could be turned into an artist residency or artist homes, or where art could flourish and beautify the Mesquite district. We have Klein Park, but you can drive along Mesquite Street and you see that there, some of the residencies and art galleries, we need help. We really do. So I'm just asking you to not forget the historic Mesquite district. I think we've been passed by. So I think it's our turn to get some help. Thank you.
Okay, this gentleman, yes, right.
Hello, I am Wasinke Amistad Kaizen Bemende. And
Okay,
I'm here.
Excuse me, sir. Forgive me, but can you spell your first name, please?
W-A-C-I-N Q-U-E.
Q-U-E. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Can you spell your last name?
B-E-M-E-N D-E.
D-E. It sounds like it was really long, like mine. But, okay, good. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm here to share some good news. The City Council has an initiative to increase community prosperity. NMSU just opened a financial innovation lab. And my company, I am a retired military and a new entrepreneur. So my company is a part of the first cohort. And we have created financial leads, or LEAD, which stands for Leadership in Economic Empowerment Design. We have 2 products. These products have been evaluated by the national labs in a program called NMSBA, or New Mexico Small Business Assistance, where we had on our team economists and scientists. This Financial Innovation Lab is open to community members of not only Las Cruces, but El Paso and Juarez. So that makes this initiative an international initiative. And the reason why that's important is the United Nations has as its #1 sustainable developmental goal to end generational poverty. Our design can facilitate that process. What's also important is timing. 60 years ago this year, a book was written, The Other America, and an article, The Invisible Poor, that inspired President Kennedy to launch what we now know as the War on Poverty. Since the Las Cruces City Council already has an initiative in place, and I especially love a goal number 10, which is to create an office of wealth building. So we're offering our skills, knowledge, and insight to help the Las Cruces City Council. But also, we're focusing on from Lordsburg to Van Horn in terms of we will launch a pilot and includes Van Horn to Lordsburg. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations as well. Okay, so that's it on my left. So now I'm going to go to my right and start with the first row. Anyone? Okay, please.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Nicole Jordan, and I am the brand advocate for High Horse Cannabis Company. And as part of the cannabis industry, I would like to say to the community that we reside with the concerns of cannabis use and the youth. We believe that responsible dispensaries set the standard, such as us, by following a seed-to-sale program known as BioTrack. Many dispensaries use this program, and it's a way of tracking from the moment it leaves the farm to the moment it hits the shelves and leaves into the hands of our customers. With that comes a proper checking of IDs and things like this, medical cards, and we believe that responsible dispensaries are not actually the ones causing the problem of giving youth cannabis to underage. This is why we believe that working with the community and giving educational workshops to not only our customers but also parents on how they can approach the topic of cannabis use within the youth, or if they have some questions on they saw this product, maybe what is this, they want to educate themselves on what it looks like. It's important to also educate the parents so they can pass along the proper information to their children. We have also built a reputation of working with community, like I said, which we believe brings safety. We have opened up a location in South Valley, which has a population of the unhoused, which can sometimes be misconstrued if you're not familiar with the area. We work in the area and we have brought safety to the neighbors. We have talked to them, and they're happy that there's lights and motion going on in those neighborhoods where usually it was dark and there was drug use going on. So that's one way that we have brought safety into the neighborhood. Another way has been by walking the neighborhoods in future locations, such as Maine. And there we talk to every single resident in that neighborhood that will open up in, and we received positive feedback on us opening because it'll be so close to them. And there we also saw a house that has been seemingly abandoned, and we plan on becoming involved with the community and fixing up things that we can, so like we said, we can bring safety to not only the community, but the youth. And lastly, to close off, I would like to say thank you to City Council and Mayor for always listening and taking the time to meet with the community. And as somebody who attended an all-girls school, I would like to say that I admire the fierce example of leadership that the women in this council have provided, because it's because of you that I feel inspired to be able to come up and talk about the things that I'm passionate about. Thank you.
Super quiet. My name's Chad Lozano. I've spoken here many times, Mayor.
I'm sorry, again, what was your name?
Chad Lozano. Yeah, I got a lot of crap for the first name, especially in the cannabis industry. Thank you all for being here again, and Mayor, thank you for your long service to the city and the state. It's been amazing. Women of the City Council, thank you again. For doing the amazing job that you all have been, and it's not an easy job. I'm hearing today, just some of the stuff that you guys go through on a daily basis, and I can't thank you enough. Anyway, I'm here today to talk about cannabis in schools. I've been a part of New Mexico's cannabis industry since 2013. I've been an advocate. I've been a part of leading the way in the state trying to get legalization. I run a podcast called Ask Chad Grassy Logic. I really embrace that Chad thing. And I really drive on education and trying to get the community involved and trying to ensure that we kill the stigma on cannabis. And kids getting cannabis inside of the schools is something that I touch on quite a bit. And also parents needing to speak to their kids about cannabis. I even had my father on fairly recently, and he was a teacher in Alamogordo for over 20 years. And we discuss this all the time. And his 20-something years as a teacher, he only encountered it about 15 times, kids bringing cannabis to school or getting caught with cannabis. And even I remember having cannabis in school or that being an issue. But for him, the issue for them was alcohol and really not cannabis. And he only retired a couple of years ago. And that's one thing that we really need to look back to is, these kids not just get cannabis, they get other things too. And it is alarming that, they are getting cannabis, but as Nicole said, through legal means isn't really where they're getting it from. And my father even said this himself. A lot of the times, majority of the time, about 99% of the time, they get it from a family member. Either it's given it to them or there was no permission given. Just the same thing, same way with alcohol. And I think there just needs to be an initiative when it comes to parents. And I'll leave you on this. It's 4:20. Do you know where your kids are? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the first? Oh, that's it, the first row. Second row?
Good afternoon. My name is Henry Young. I've been here before. But today, ignore my shirt. I'm not here to speak about the mission. But I want to address you about something different. Thank you, Mayor, City Manager, and City Council, especially my council person, Becky Graham. I'm here to talk to you about Senior Olympics, and I've seen several seniors in the audience today. Some have left. But I have an issue that I want to bring to your attention. In Las Cruces, we are the only senior citizen group in the entire state that is self-supporting. Doña Ana County Senior Olympics has been doing this for years. The mayor knows because his father was part of Senior Olympics many years ago. We are the only one who is a nonprofit that is not supported in the state either by a city entity, county entity, or a tribal group. And we are running out of money. We probably can only continue self-supporting for this year and maybe part of next year. So what I'm doing is asking that council will take up the mantle and we can talk. I'd be able to give you a proposal. I also want to go to the county There are no joint entities also in the state where the city and the county jointly support Senior Olympics, but I would be willing to do that also. We would have a very modest budget for an entire year of approximately $20,000, because we do have, when we produce the games, everyone pays a fee. We don't have to maintain an office year-round, although I would like to, because we go through a group called Fuse Sport to even sign up for the Olympic Games that we do locally. This year I went out and garnered some support from independent insurance agents and United Healthcare. But I think I would want the city to back us and provide some of this. Therefore, if we can work together, I'd be glad to come to a work session, present a proposal, whatever you need. But that is what I really want to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Henry. Anyone else on the second row? Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mayor Miyagashi.
Good afternoon.
My name is Roberta Graham.
Hey, Roberta, I haven't seen you in a while.
Hi. Hello, all of you. I wanted just to give you a quick background. I left here 3 years ago on the infamous day of July 29th, 2019. And I started looking for real estate the minute I sold my house to come back to New Mexico, because I missed Las Cruces and New Mexico and my friends here so very much. I am back at the good grace of my friends who welcome me into their homes, and I'm looking for real estate. I want to come back to Las Cruces. The biggest mistake I made was to leave Las Cruces. And so my purpose in coming up to you today is to say thank you. I was here from 2004 until the end of July 2019, and I loved every minute of it. I became very involved in the community. I served on the Planning and Zoning Commission. I volunteered at Engage and a number of other organizations. And so I want to thank you for all of your hard work. I've known quite a number of you, both in the council and with the Planning and Zoning Commission, and I've never once met someone on either of these panels who was self-serving. You work extremely hard, you're extremely dedicated, and I love you all, and I love the city of Las Cruces. Thank you.
Roberta, it's good to see you back. I'm glad that you, came home. You looked familiar when I was looking at you, but I just couldn't place it, so that's great. I said you looked familiar, but I couldn't place it, and then when you, oh, okay, I got you, good. Good to see you. Anyone else on that second row?
Just check. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. My name is Jennifer Garcia Kozlowski. I am the Executive Director for the Downtown Las Cruces Partnership, and we actually do have an Arts and Cultural District that we oversee as well. So I would like you guys to go to our website to check that out, but that's another part of this conversation. I did want to come here today to talk to you all about how grateful we are for our partnership with the City Council, and let you know that DLCP has been working with LCPD as well as Mayor Pro Tem Gandara in regards to creating a proactive downtown business watch group. We stood this up a couple months ago. It's not very big yet, but we have had a few business owners that wanted to be proactive in the matter of the situation of the unhoused, mental illness, and other issues that we may see in downtown, and understanding that these are not all one thing. We have set up a Discord account, and with the help of Scott Johnson of RAD, he's graciously offered to help put this group together. So if there's any businesses within the downtown and the Arts and Cultural District that are interested in being a part of this group, please reach out to me at director@dlcp.org. The idea of this group is to help protect each other, to help build up our community of businesses. Our downtown is getting bigger and better, but is still in a fragile place. So every day we want to make sure that we're helping our merchants. The big thing that we are trying to do in this is educate our merchants to use the LIGHT program and LC Cares. And one last thing I would like to say, as it's easy to come to these chambers and create division, it's important to leave our anger behind and to have a meaningful conversation about all of the issues before us. If we have we the people at one end, we definitely need we the people at the other. So I thank you again, City Council, for your partnership and all the work that you do to keep us going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lucas Hernan. I live in District 2. Jumped up a little bit. I have to go get my daughter from school. She's a middle schooler here in town, and she's had a great education, just like her old man, who also is a product of Las Cruces Public Schools, so I just want to say that. I mostly came here today to say thank you to this amazing body who has continued to make Las Cruces an amazing place to live and raise my family and do my business. And just wanted to flag that my uncles just moved here after spending their whole lives in California. They love it here, and they wanted to move here. And they sold their home and said goodbye to all their friends, and they moved here to Las Cruces because that's how much this place means to their family, which is me. And that's mostly all I wanted to say, but some of the things that I've heard that do have some potential practical solutions brought up by folks that maybe aren't as supportive or are unhappy with this body. I attended the Las Cruces Neighborhood Leadership Academy in 2017, and it was great. We spent 15 weeks learning about every department in the city. We went and visited those departments. Specifically, somebody earlier was talking about the roads, and it is very easy to be frustrated about road situations, not only here, but in any municipality anywhere in the world, because asphalt is a terrible material that we use to pave our roads because we're a car-centric society. The metrics, though, that the roads department here in the city uses is top-notch. It's very scientific. Y'all have a very expensive machine that measures these things and takes data about which road is in under what condition, and there's a whole graph about if a road should be repaved or redone, and I found that all fascinating. I didn't know all that stuff. And I think a lot of people don't, right? Because we all have lives to live, and we're very busy. So I would encourage the city to look at reintroducing the Neighborhood Leadership Academy, and especially for folks who don't understand how sometimes these things work. It was great. It was a really, really cool opportunity to learn how these decisions are made, not at this level, because you all are an elected body who do business like this, and not the workers who make these decisions on the ground day in, day out. Getting to meet those people and the supervisors and the engineers who make those decisions, I think that helps clear up a lot of the issues that we have. So thank you for the time. Thank you for all the work you do. Please keep it up. We all support you. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, that was second row. Third row, anyone? Oh, was there still someone? Oh, okay. Excuse me, I'm sorry, sir. There was one. I apologize.
No, I apologize. Hello, Council. My name is Susan Cabello. I am the director of the Las Cruces Arts and Cultural District. Jennifer Kozlowski and I are fresh back from Boston. We were invited to speak at the national conference this year. A few highlights of our presentation. It started as a question and maybe a riddle. We did our community survey. We expected that safety was going to be the biggest concern that people had about not wanting to return downtown more. We found that that wasn't true. That people, when considering coming downtown more, wanted more dining, wanted more retail, and more entertainment. We are not minimizing the problem of safety downtown. We started this last April, kind of this research project. In September, I had an incident that many of you know about because I've talked about it several times, where my backpack was stolen at the library by an unhoused person. I chased that person down. I did everything that we tell people not to do. And it was a really traumatizing experience. And not to be flippant, but I still think I have a little bit of library PTSD every time I go over there. So when talking about this, when thinking about it, we really came to the conclusion that narrative matters, that we are the stories that we tell. And for us, we really want to be sure that we highlight the stories of our businesses, of our people, of our arts and culture, of everything that makes Las Cruces wonderful. Because I feel like that is all downtown. Not that it's not in other parts of the city, but I feel like we are its hub. So our research project kind of concluded that although these incidents of crime and vandalism and these other situations are extremely traumatic, and we live them over and over in our minds, and they have a real intensity when we speak about them, that we don't want that to become a self-fulfilling prophecy for downtown. We don't want to speak that into existence, that downtown is a place that is dangerous or unsafe. Also, that we feel that all of this discussion about safety, although it is very important, also kind of distracts us from the barriers we know that businesses have, which is access to capital, access to the workforce, access to physical space, and access to education. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else on the second row? All right, thank you, sir, I appreciate it. Oh, Mr. Goodman.
He wouldn't have called me sir.
I wouldn't have called you sir.
Well, I confess, I am Peter Goodman, and I guess I go back a long ways too, because I started as a reporter covering the city council in February of 1974, whenever that was. But I've heard a lot of wonderful things today. I thought Lynn Moore, Abraham Sanchez, Earl Nissen said great things. I was going to be here anyway because I wanted to urge you again, as Bobby Green did earlier, and Liz and Earl, to set a work session to really look at the issue of a Citizens Police Oversight Committee and police accountability, and really taking an honest look. So I do hope you do that. Then I heard some things about the last meeting. I watched the video. I talked to one of the conservative gentlemen. And I wanted to be here both to express my support of you as people and as commissioners, even though we obviously disagree at times. I mean, I don't even agree with myself all the time, but also wanted to hear what would go on. Heard a couple of stupid things, such as the idea that you guys follow your private interests. The whole Squaw Mountain Drive renaming, whether you like it or not, that's not you guys lining your pockets or following your private interests. That's differing opinions about a public issue. And the idea that only the people who live there should say that should have a say in it is idiotic. I mean, if it were N-word Avenue, nobody would say that. Oh, well, so it offends other people. I live there. I get to decide. I don't think so. I liked hearing what I heard of the possibility that you, Ms. Gondara, Councilor Gondara, may meet with some of the conservatives who've been critical. I had been thinking I wanted to invite some of you and some of them onto our radio show for a nice collegial discussion. And I'm not going to ask you right now, but keep it in mind. Was really sorry to hear William Norris. Sorry he's so full of hatred in the name of Jesus of all things. His faith resembles that of the Taliban and Osama bin Laden, and if he thinks we should be ashamed of helping Texas, victims of Texas's laws, well, then I guess we can't help people in the Ukraine who get victimized by Putin either. But I'm in favor of it, and I'm in favor of you guys. I just hope you do have that work session soon.
Thank you, Peter. Third row, anyone? Yeah.
Good afternoon, councilors, mayor, and city manager. My name is Rob Wood. Wow, I'm really impressed for a little while there because I thought this was a meeting of the Progressive Voter Alliance, and judging by where Senator Souls is sitting, he's going to make the closing argument. But that's not why I'm here. A little over a year ago, I wrote the mayor offering criticism as well as suggestions regarding our homeless situation. He wrote back inviting me to join a community homeless task force to investigate the situation. Seeing this as a great opportunity to learn more from a more in-depth perspective, I eagerly volunteered. The committee never had more than a handful of participants, of which it appears I am the only one still actively pursuing the community involvement. It appears that the others abandoned the group once their personal issues were corrected or felt a futility in it. I did not abandon it because this issue goes far beyond what is just behind our yards. I want to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Mayor and City Manager Pili for addressing the negative situation brought to light by two of our participants involving the EBID ditch road that runs behind their homes between Brown Road and Avenue de Mesilla. The exact remedial projects agreed upon, which the mayor were completed, and I hope it alleviated their problem. The next comment I wish to make is in addition to Fred Huff's story regarding at Byrne Lake. I was present at that threatening confrontation he had with the Byrne Lake homeless or unhoused or just plain simply vagrants we encountered. I did not mention this to him at the time, but as he and his home were being threatened, standing behind the tent was another person brandishing a pitchfork. I didn't say anything at the time because I did not want to create a more worry regarding he and his wife's safety, but now feel that the public should be aware that there are people living on our streets willing to do them harm. Thank you. I hope you're listening.
I want to just to also add that Councilor Bencomo was very supportive of the fence on the EBID, and that's her district, and we appreciate her support as well. Okay, so that's still a third row. Anyone else? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Hello, council members. My name is Amanda Varela, and I have met a wonderful couple of you and would like to present today the Trichome Alliance. We are a cannabis nonprofit that has just been formed to branch together the cannabis businesses along with community leaders and the community themselves to educate, as we have spoken about today, about the education of our children and how we can better instill what they are needing rather than what we are finding is a reaction to issues and problems. We do recognize that there is a lot of education that needs to happen along with the development of programs to acknowledge when there are issues coming up with children in school. And what I'd like to present today is the opportunity for any of you who would like to speak with us in the Trichome Alliance to further educate yourselves, along with the opportunity to get together with any of the board members of the school districts to speak along with the businesses in the cannabis industry, so that we can achieve the goals to make sure that the kids and in the community are not having access to cannabis in a way that is detrimental to their futures. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes. That sounded like a golfer's clap.
My name is Daniel Varela. Thank you for having me before you, Mayor, City Manager, council members, and the administration, as well as the protective offices. I am here to essentially represent Botanics, which is a Class 4 cannabis manufacturing company. It is our precedence, essentially. To give you a little bit of history, I'm a COO of the company. I am also an engineer and a biochemist. So it is no longer the hippies that you're used to out there, you know, creating these products and so forth. We are a science-driven and science-based company, unlike a lot of the other manufacturers that are out there. We strive on a daily basis to provide a cleaner process to use cannabis products. That is where you get concentrates, your vaporized products, and so forth. We remove impurities that can cause carcinogen problems in your lungs and other, you know, health detriment problems. We remove the pesticides, poisons, and other things that were found in the product on a production level and that have not been educated to be removed from these products. We find that it is an important thing that we also educate from a production level all the way through to an end user level, so that we can make these products safer for the human consumption and remove the ability to you know, intoxicate ourselves with poisonous chemicals and things that are not found that the cannabis product can be useful, essentially. There are things that have been found to be useful for humanity in the cannabis product, and that's what we have come to create and to concentrate so that we can have these products more readily available. Smoking flower should be the least option that is used, and it is still the #1 option that is used for consuming these products. The less that we can get people to smoke anything, whether it be tobacco or cannabis, the better human society will be. Botanics as a company is a female-owned company that's owner, or the president, is a biologist. So it's not just a bottom line. And I follow that leader with integrity. We will strive to bring the community the best products that are out there. We will label them the best way that we can so that we can keep them preventatively away from children. And the company also stands behind the Trichome Alliance, and we will fund this alliance so that we can better educate the entire community on the best practices to use cannabis and to keep it out of the hands of our children. Thank you.
Okay, so that was the third row. Anyone else? Fourth row now? Yes.
Good afternoon. Let me take this off. Good afternoon. My name is Nia Rucker. I'm the Policy Counsel and Regional Manager of the American Civil Liberties Union.
I'm sorry, can you state your name one more time, please?
Nia, N as in Nancy, I-A, Rucker, R-U-C-K-E-R.
Okay, thank you.
With the American Civil Liberties Union of New Mexico. The mission of the ACLU of New Mexico is to protect and advance justice, liberty, and equality as guaranteed by the constitutions of New Mexico and the United States. As an organization, we are disturbed by the hateful attacks on the Las Cruces City Council members. To be clear, disagreement with policy proposals and decisions the council makes is an important part of our democratic process and something the ACLU encourages and supports. However, threats and personal attacks against our city council members do not fit our New Mexico values of treating people with kindness and respect, and only erode the foundation of our community and our democracy. We can and we should disagree with our elected officials when we feel strongly. We can also vote against them, we can run against them. That is the beauty of our process. The solutions to our city's problems will not come from hostility, but from respectful collaboration and discussions with our elected leaders. The ACLU is grateful for the work of each of our counselors here today, not because we agree on everything, but because we know that our strength as a community exists because you are here participating in a process that is vital to our continued progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the fourth row? Fifth row? Senator Hamblin, okay. I'll still need you to state your name even though I called you. Okay.
I'm fine with that. Honorable Mayor and Council, my name is Carrie Hamblin, and I'm humbled to serve as a state senator for District 38. As the first out lesbian to represent District 38 in southern New Mexico in the Senate, I am reminded every day about the importance of representation in public office. So today, as we've heard some uninformed rhetoric from Petite Richards, I would like to remind you of the many women before you in our history as a democracy who have weathered the same treatment and yet continue to lead with dedication and passion for the betterment of our communities and their communities. Women of color have always been at the forefront of social movements throughout history. I'm not saying anything that you all don't understand and know, but I would like it for the record. We've witnessed racial injustice to economic inequality to reproductive health, and often dealing with the condescending explanation of something to us that even though we've already understand the issue and most likely lived it, experienced it, and fought against it. Think of Rosa Parks, who in 1955 became a powerful symbol for the American Civil Rights Movement when she refused to give up her seat on the bus to a white passenger. Take Ruby Nell Bridges Hall. We may be more familiar with her as we either witnessed her or saw that incredible photo of her in our history books, not all history books, but some, as the first African-American child to desegregate the all-white William Franz Elementary School in Louisiana during the New Orleans school desegregation crisis in November of 1960. And then I think of Sylvia Rivera and Marsha P. Johnson, who were self-identified drag performers in Greenwich Village and instrumental leaders in the 1969 Stonewall uprisings, the beginning of the gay rights movement. And in the 1970s, Native Americans were engaged in a series of protests against the American government over broken treaties and colonial policies that affect Native communities even to this day. And it was during this time that Mary Bravebird, a Sikangu Lakota teenager, through her protests that included the Wounded Knee occupation, that increased awareness about the plight of Native Americans. As leaders in the community, you stand on the shoulders of these and countless other women who have dealt with personal attacks, threats, and questioning of their integrity. And yet, because of them, our world has begun to move past the status quo and towards a more representative society. And are we there yet? No. But I know I can feel a little more protected, a little more heard, and a little more effective in getting us toward a more just and equitable city and state, and I have you to thank for it. So keep it up. You have more support than you do opposition. And I ask you to remind yourselves of our foremothers who have given us the strength, the resiliency, and the sisterhood to withstand anything.
Thank you, Senator. Anyone else on the fifth row?
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Naomi Valdez. I am the Director of Public Policy for the American Civil Liberties Union of New Mexico, but today I'm here to speak purely in my personal capacity because I am very proud to be from Las Cruces. Yeah. I am a mother of 2 queer children in the public school system. I am a homeowner, I am a taxpayer, and I have had the privilege of doing policy work all around this state and even nationally to some extent. And here's what I can say. The work that is done in this room requires nuance. It requires commitment to do and say hard things in moments where people feel scared and want to resort to what we've done. And guess what? If what we had done had worked, we wouldn't be dealing with these problems now. So criminalizing the unhoused, further criminalizing poverty, more police, when what we need is investment, is not going to solve our issues. So I want to thank you for being my city council and being willing to do the hard things. It's not always easy, but we deeply appreciate it, and we do see it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Israel Chavez. I was born and raised here in Las Cruces area. My great-great-grandfather actually was born in the house behind Brannigan right there, and was raised by a single mother in this community. And I just want to express my heartfelt gratitude for this council, for leading on issues like zero fares, for understanding that families come in all shapes and sizes, and for enduring a very small but vocal group who has plenty of opinions, but frankly doesn't represent the folks who have been here for generations, longer than that even for some families. And I want to encourage the council to look at issues of collaboration, because I know a lot of these challenges that folks are describing don't rest solely on the shoulders of the city, but we do see an immense struggle among agencies like the Mesilla Valley Public Housing Authority, the county, and other agencies that seem less willing and frankly less well-led as the city. And I want to thank you for the work you do to lead on issues and to really work to bring those agencies who are less willing along with you. A stark example is, we have zero fares now, and it's been an incredible boost for families, but LCPS doesn't, and the bus schedules don't work together. So there are youth in this community who take the city bus because they cannot be forced to move when they're experiencing homelessness, but they can't get to school on time because the buses and the schools start times aren't the same. And so the more that we can see that intergovernmental collaboration, I think is going to be incredibly important. I would also encourage the city to start to see that we're growing beyond, I think, the model that we may have employed for many years. Looking at larger cities like Albuquerque who have an Office of Neighborhood Coordination that is designed to support neighborhood associations. And then also, I know you all are working hard and you need staff. The experiment of government is that the legislative branch and the executive branch should be co-equal but separate branches, and I think it works best when the city moves to that model as it grows. And I don't think it's fair that you all have to spend so much of your personal time trying to answer some of the frankly erroneous questions that get put your way. And so I want to encourage you to consider staff for council, because I do think that'll help with constituent access, and it'll also help keep the executive accountable. Not that it isn't, but it's a long-term sustainable process. So thank you for your work.
Thank you, Israel. Okay, that was fifth row. Sixth row, Senator Souls. I understand you're the end of the speech.
I said my friends, not my... Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilor, Manager. I'm Bill Souls, State Senator. I represent the East Mesa side of Las Cruces. And more, I came to talk about the good things that happened up in Santa Fe. We've been back about 2 weeks, and I've pretty much fully recovered. It's nice to be back here where the weather is warm, the culture and people are warm, and things seem much more normal than the craziness that we have up at the legislative session. First, the local legislators have brought back millions of dollars to the city of Las Cruces in capital outlay. There's money at the airport, there's money for roads, there's money for parks and other communities, lots and lots of good things that happened during this legislative session that directly affect the city. Also very proud of other things that we accomplished up there, including support for our public schools, support for behavioral and mental health, for voting rights, for women's health, and other types of issues that matter to everyone in these communities. Mostly, I would also like to talk about how appreciative I am of you, Mayor, and this City Council that is looking up and out to what Las Cruces can be in the future and making those things happen and really trying to improve the quality of life for all people within this community, recognizing that what we do for the least among us helps all of us live a better life. And so thank you for what you do, for sitting through hours and hours of public testimony today, and for all the support that you have, and I hope that it continues. I'm very proud, and in Santa Fe regularly we got to hear about comments that, what are you all doing down there in Las Cruces? There's so many good things happening down there. How do we get our communities to start doing some of those same things? So thank you again for everything that you do. And again, I think it'll play out, but the legislative session was very good and effective for the city of Las Cruces. Thank you.
Okay, so anyone else on the 6th row? 7th, 8th, 9th row, 10th. No, I'm just kidding. So we're at the 7th row. No one on 7th row? Is that 8th row? Mayor Pro Tem Emeritus Thomas. Did you just get here or you sat through the whole thing? I know, I saw you back there. I was just checking to see if they were paying attention.
Since I was a city councilor once, I know about these meetings and how long they are. So yes, I'm Sharon Thomas. During the past couple of weeks, there have been a discussion on a local neighborhood listserv about the behavior of our city councilors. It started under this topic: the arrogance and disrespect shown by our city councilors at yesterday's meeting was appalling. According to most of the people on this particular topic, city councilors are social warriors. They're bringing disasters to our community. Their work needs to be stopped. They should be immediately removed, and on and on. What are these people so upset about? They didn't like the removal of a term that was part of the name of a street. And we've all heard what it means. I'll just refer again to Secretary Deb Haaland that the term squaw has historically been used as an offensive ethnic, racial, and sexist slur. Currently, there are 228,400 native populations in New Mexico, 10% of our population. That use of that term is offensive to a significant number of people. It's so offensive, it's been removed from scores of towns, roads, parks, mountains across the country. So it's not about whether or not you personally find the word offensive. A whole lot of people find it offensive. It's like the N-word, and as Peter talked about, a whole lot of people find that word offensive, so we mostly don't use it, and we certainly don't use it to name streets. The same is true of the word squaw. A lot of people find it offensive, a whole lot, so let's not be using it. Let's be respectful of those people, and let's not offend them with a cruel, offensive, ethnic, racial, and sexist slur. Our counselors did the right thing. And then there's the constant refrain connecting progressive with socialists against all of you. I'm extremely offended by that. There are two fully socialist countries in the world, Russia and China. I don't think any of our counselors are pushing to become that. 5 years ago, my daughter and her wife, yes, she's a lesbian, and their children, yes, they're multiracial, moved to Costa Rica. Over the past 5 years, they've watched with escalating fear what the conservatives are doing to this country. The anti-gay movement, legislation against gays. Since so far in 2003, more than 650 anti-LGBTQ bills have been introduced in 46 states. Talk about social warriors. And you know what? Now my daughter and her family, they're never coming back. Please hear what I have to say. Due to the conservative movement in this country and their hateful rhetoric against gays, and my daughter and her family are never coming back. I'm tired of don't say gay. I'm tired of to prevent people of color from voting. I'm tired of replacement ideology, and I'm tired of unwarranted attacks on my city council. I'm tired, I'm tired, I'm tired. And my daughter and her family are never coming back.
Thank you. Okay, so that was seventh row. Anyone else on seventh row? Eighth, last row. Anyone else on the right? Okay, well, oh, yes, Lisa. Yeah, come on down. Oh, all right.
I apologize in advance for my scratchy throat. Dear Mayor and Council, my name is Lisa Parrott, and I'm here to talk about priorities. My husband and I live in Council District 6 and have been residents of Las Cruces since early August 1997. Due to a defense industry layoff in Bristol, Tennessee, our family had to relocate 3 times to 3 states in 4.5 years when we arrived here. In all of these relocations, we spent a lot of time researching the cities, purchased our homes, and then proceeded to sell all but the current one we're living in now. Had we not done our due diligence going in, we could not have done this in such a short time. Street names were an integral part of our decision-making process when we purchased our homes. Our home in Las Cruces was built on possibly another objectionable street, Cherokee Circle. Cherokee Circle adjoins possibly another objectionable street, Cheyenne Drive. We did not purchase a home on a street when we were looking at all those cities, on a street whose name we did not care for, and then demand that the city and the residents who are already living there change their existing street name to suit us. We simply kept looking until we found a home we thought was a good investment and fit for our family's needs on a street name that we liked, and then we bought it. Have you thought about the practical aspects that changing someone's street name will have an impact on their life? How many entities will they have to contact for this one decision? There's 911, city services, voter registrations, driver's licenses, car titles, the IRS, the New Mexico Department of Taxation, their house of worship, the Postal Service, banks, other financial institutions, Social Security Administration, Veterans Administration, CYFD, their children's schools and colleges, medical providers, credit card companies, insurance companies, utility companies, online merchants, local businesses, family members and friends. Even Google navigation services on your cell phone won't be correct then. What gives you the right to say that because someone might possibly object to the name of the street that we city residents, your constituents, who choose to invest our lives and our families' fortunes, who support this city, who pay real estate taxes on our properties, why do we have to upend our lives because someone somewhere else doesn't like the name of the street we chose to live on? The last time I looked, no one is being forced to live on Squaw Mountain Drive, Cherokee Circle, Cheyenne Drive, or any other potentially objectionable street in the city against their will. In my humble opinion, you should instead be seriously concerned with the crime and drug-ridden, plywood-covered, closed businesses, shopping cart strewn, organized panhandling on every corner, human trafficking, trash covered.
Sorry, Lisa.
Thank you, sir, and appreciate your time.
Okay. All right, well, this concludes our public participation. I have to say it was very lively and unforgettable, so that's good. Top 10 in my 16 years as mayor. Top 10. Okay, so now we're going to go to motion to accept agenda.
So moved, Graham. Second, Abeta.
Motion made by Councilor Graham, second by Councilor Abeta. Christine?
This is on the motion to accept the agenda as presented. Councilor Abeta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, first item, 7.1, Resolution 23-111.
Move to approve, Graham. Second, Abeta.
Motion made by Councilor Graham, second by Councilor Abeta. So as you know, we have a vacancy in Municipal Court number 2, and this is a gentleman by the name of Anthony F. Filosa, who I see here in the audience. You're welcome to come forward here, Mr. Filosa. I have to tell you, for you to sit through this for 3 hours It says a lot about you. So that either you don't have a job or, no, I'm just kidding. No, can you tell us a little bit about yourself? I know you work for the public defenders and you have a very varied background, and I think I saw you stand up as a veteran as well. So thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, honorable members of the City Council. I'm Anthony Filosa. From the area, grew up in Truth or Consequences. Product of the Truth or Consequences public education system. Went to New Mexico State University. While at New Mexico State University, I participated in the New Mexico Army ROTC program. Upon graduation, received a commission into the United States Army as a second lieutenant. Went into the Texas National Guard. My civilian job took me into Texas. Very shortly thereafter, after completing some necessary Army training, I deployed to Iraq. In 2010, I was there for the majority of 2010. Upon returning to New Mexico, I applied for and was accepted into law school at the University of New Mexico School of Law, graduated in 2013. While attending law school, I was still part of the New Mexico National Guard. Went to law school to help people, represent people, advocate for people. My desire was to join the Public Defender's Office, which in New Mexico we're very fortunate that we have a statewide Public Defender's Office. My desire was to be here in Las Cruces. This was home to me. This is close to family. However, a lot of people wanted to be here and there was no opening, so I went into the eastern part of the state, the 9th Judicial District in Curry and Roosevelt counties. Cut my teeth as an attorney there, as a defense attorney. Worked there for about 2.5 years. As soon as an opening when there was an opening here in Las Cruces Public Defender's Office, I immediately applied, was fortunate enough to get the opportunity, and so I've been back in Las Cruces at the Public Defender's Office, now known as the New Mexico Law Office of the Public Defender, since 2017. I just reached 6 years here in Doñana County. The last 3 years, I've been a managing attorney at the Public Defender's Office, and I've handled cases stemming from traffic tickets up to first-degree felonies. I've conducted jury trials. I've learned a lot from the phenomenal judges that we have, not only in the Doñana County Magistrate Court, but the State District Court. And I've appeared routinely in front of them and handled hundreds of cases. I'm greatly honored to even be in consideration for this position. I believe the municipal court serves an important role in this community. I believe I would, if approved, would be able to accept that challenge. I know my experiences, I've seen great judges operate in magistrate court and district court, and I believe that I would be able to accept that challenge. My wife, who couldn't be here today because she's taking care of our beautiful 2-year-old daughter, we love this community. We love Las Cruces. She's a lifelong resident. I'm almost a lifelong resident. I was born at Memorial Medical Center, but grew up in Truth or Consequences. So I'm elated just to be in consideration of this position. I would be very grateful for the opportunity to continue my service to the citizens of the city of Las Cruces in the capacity of Municipal Judge 2. And I pledge that I would work hard every day and show up and treat people with fairness and dignity that is required by a judge, and handle cases in a fair and just manner. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Filosa. I think you come from a long line of attorneys. Your father is an attorney, your grandfather also an attorney, and again, my condolences. I understand he passed away. You saw, this was what you heard today, and we didn't plan it this way, okay? This is what you would be dealing with if the council chooses to appoint you. You're good with that?
I would be good with that, yes.
Okay. Yeah. I have to tell you something. I've never, Judge Goldbaum has never texted me before, and she says, please let me know when Mr. Filosa's start date is, and to let him know that the mandatory municipal court training is May 3rd through the 5th, and you need to register for it in Albuquerque. Thank you. So I'm not saying that that's an endorsement, but she's never texted me before. So that's pretty cool. So you have any questions to ask of Mr. Filosa?
I don't have a question. I just want to say thank you for being here. I really appreciate you coming and showing interest and caring about being in this position. And I also want to thank you, Mayor, for bringing Mr. Filosa here and putting thought into this and including the things I know I've been critical of this process in the past. So I really appreciate you bringing Mr. Filosa here. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Councilor Bencomo?
Thank you. Is that right, Mr. Filosa?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure. I just wanted to say thank you as well for being interested and let you know that you had very credible folks from the community contact me with their full endorsement of you. So that means a lot to me that folks were reaching out to let me know that you would be a good fit.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilor Bencomo. Thank you for that.
Oh, that's good. Sounds good. Sounds pretty good so far. Any members of the public wish to have any questions or comments? Uh-oh, this guy's trouble here. I'm just kidding.
I am. And I'm still Peter Goodman. And I just want to quickly say that I have heard good things about this gentleman. I think that Judge Goldbaum will work well with him. I think it's, I think he's had a good background for the position, and I'll get time off.
He's an alternate judge when Judge Goldbaum goes out of town, or there's no municipal judge too, so they call on alternative judges such as Mr. Goodman. Anyone else? Okay, if there's no further.
I just wanted to say.
Oh, you. Uh-oh.
I just wanted to welcome you. I think that you'll bring a lot of. I think you bring a lot to the bench, given your background, and your presentation today is stellar. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
I don't know if you know that Councilor Flores was an attorney, retired attorney, so pretty tough cookie out here back in California. Still tough, okay. All right, if there's nothing further, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 23-111. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Well, congratulations, Judge Filosa. You'll get with HR and let them know when your start date is, and we'll see you on the bench. Well, hopefully I don't see you on the bench, but.
Mayor, council members, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and like I've indicated, I'll pledge to work hard for the citizens of Las Cruces. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. Next item, 7.2, Resolution 23-112. I need a motion, second.
Move to approve.
Second, Corin.
Second by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Graham, second by Councilor Coran. And Sherelle de la Cruz will be presenting.
Greetings, everyone. Council, Mayor Sherelle de la Cruz, Budget Analyst. So today I have a resolution for you, which is to accept 1 state operating grant and 2 foundation grants. So Quality of Life has been awarded 2 foundation grants. The first is Mission to Mars National Site Agreement for $7,000. These funds will provide funding to support the Museum of Nature and Science and its community-based partner organizations to deliver Mission to Mars programming around NASA's Artemis mission to families and youth in grades 4th through 8th, with emphasis on marginalized populations in STEM. The second award is for the FY23 GSK Science in the Summer program. This is for $19,500, and the Museum of Nature and Science staff will attend the national conference, webinars, and hire trainers to present the GSK Science in the Summer programming between May and August of 23 to 800 youth within our community. The last one we have here is for the police department. It is the Law Enforcement Retention Fund for $100,000 and $100,896. And the purpose of these funds are to provide law enforcement retention differential disbursements, including FICA and Medicare, to Las Cruces Police Department for qualifying officers. This did come from New Mexico Department of Public Safety, and the reversion date for this award is June 30th of 23. And that's all I have for you this month. I'll stand for questions along with staff.
Thank you, Sherelle.
The departments. Thank you.
Questions? Councilor Flores. Oh, I'm sorry, right, this line of sight, I couldn't see it. Really, I'm serious. There you go.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Cheryl. As always, I have questions. On the police, you did say that it was the revenue and expenses and FICA, and that it was something from the state. Can you please elaborate on exactly how those funds are going to be implemented?
Councilor Flores, I do know that the funds will be used for some of the benefits, so to subsidize the general fund, but perhaps Chief Dominguez has a little more insight on that.
Mayor, Councilor Flores, the funds that we're receiving are part of House Bill 68. They are intended to pay out to officers with 5, 10, 15, and 20 years of service. They get 5% of their base pay, as the House bill states, and the funding that's represented here is for that.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor.
Anyone else? Members of the public? Okay, seeing none. Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 23-112. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, thank you, Cheryl. All right, next item, 7.3, Resolution 23-113.
Move to approve. Graham. Second. Abeta.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Graham, second by Councilor Beta, and Leanne Demouche will be discussing.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilors. Leanne Demouche, Finance Director for the record. Before you is the final product for our general obligation bonds. We're bringing before you the budget adjustment and the CIP, so that way the departments can hit the road and start working on these projects. A little bit of history on these 2023 GO bonds. There was an issue amount of about $17 million. This is for the new fire station facility, the East Mesa Public Recreation Facility, the park improvements. The bonds were sold in a competitive sale on February 28th. They did go to the best bidder, not highest, I should say, but the best bidder. And the interest rate that we received was 3.294, and afterwards we gave a big whopping yay-hoo. We were very excited about that interest rate. So this is your budget adjustment. 3510 is where we have our debt service stored, where we make our principal and interest payment. We do have to put a little bit of percentage in there to show that we have those funds available when we need to make a principal and interest payment for that debt service. The 4231 is where the capital funds will be, so that way the department can start spending towards the fire facility, the park improvements, and the East Mesa. So as you can see, for the 17 million for the bond proceeds, they're divided up with 9.8 for the fire station, 1.96 million for park improvements, 4.9 million for East Mesa Rec. There is a 2% for public art that was adopted by council through an ordinance about I want to say maybe a year and a half ago. I apologize, I didn't go and research that, but that 2% equals about $340,000. And then, of course, we need some expense for our debt issuance. This is our GO Bond CIP amendment. I went ahead and told Cynthia, since I was already up here, I'd just go ahead and do it for her. As you can see, we're putting in the GO Bond for the fire station. These amounts equal exactly what I just gave to you on the previous slide for the parks improvements, the East Mesa Rec facility, and then the public art as well. And with that, these are your council options.
Before I get to council members, I just want to thank the members of the public, both here with us today and watching, for their support to pass the GO bonds. That was big.
Yes, that was big.
Yeah. Okay, Councilor Bencomo, Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Leanne. What was that, a Yahoo?
Yahoo?
Yahoo.
Yahoo.
Thank you. I'm assuming it's because that was a good interest
That was
rate?
a good interest rate.
Okay, actually, my question is really about that. I hope that when we receive updates on the GO bonds, that we continue to include the housing GO bond, because I think there's been a lot of miscommunication around the reason we're waiting. So 2 questions for you, because you do this so well, Leanne. Can you just talk one more time about why we're waiting? And then 2, if you have an update on what that's looking like in terms of the market and all of that for the housing GO bond.
So Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, I do have Erica Hawkes here, who is our treasurer. I'll ask her to maybe come up here just in case there's something I may leave out. But yes, we are going to be going after this. We've been advised from our financial advisor to wait a little bit, because these are taxable bonds and they are going to be at a much higher rate. However, I would like to assure that if there is any funding needed for the affordable housing, we have the mechanisms in place here that we can go ahead and start those projects. So I don't want anybody to think that we don't have that mechanism to do that. And so with that, and then I apologize, I may have missed one of your questions.
If you have, thank you for that. If you have any sense of just the timeline, how things are shaking up for the.
Do we have anything from Eric? You want to talk to address that?
Erica Hawkes, treasurer. We're just waiting on the market to stabilize, so we don't have to pay that high of an interest rate. But as Leanne mentioned earlier, we can do a reimbursement resolution and reimburse ourselves for those expenses incurred prior to the issuance of the bonds. One thing to keep in mind that it takes us about 3 months from the start date to the time we do get those proceeds. So our financial advisor is he's an expert in the market, so I'm sure that when he thinks we can start the process to get a good rate, and this will help us complete those projects on a timely manner, then we will go ahead and come to council with those options.
Thank you. I would just ask that you keep us up to date and the public up to date, right, that given that's who voted for this project, so that we can continue to provide that information for them.
Yes, Councilor Bencomo, Mayor, as soon as I hear something from our financial advisor, I'll make sure that that information is pushed out. I know we do have a update portion in our city webpage, so I'll make sure to get with Mandy and keep those updates there for any information I get.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And before I get to Councilor Flores, Ifo wanted to jump in real quick and kind of add to the discussion.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just to clarify for the and I appreciate the explanation that was given, but just to make the point clear for the public, like I just wanted to to point out that if we had the project ready to go and we had expenses ready to roll, it wouldn't matter what the rate was, we would issue that debt. And so because we're in that process of getting that project together, we want to time it because we can afford to wait right now, and we have the mechanism, as was mentioned by our finance director and treasurer. And so I just wanted to make that clear. We're not waiting on the rate. We're not putting projects on the back burner because of the rate. It's because we're working through the project, we can afford to wait till the rate comes down or to some future, because it may not come down, but depending on where we are, we will issue that bond immediately if needed, if and when we need to. Just want to make that clear for the public. Thank you.
No, thank you, thank you very much, City Manager Peely.
And let me throw my 2 cents in there as well. It's almost like if you're going to build a house, and you don't want to take out a building loan or a construction loan if you don't have the project yet. And then you have to work fast to get that. And every month that interest just accumulates and you're paying on something that you're not utilizing yet. So when they said the reimbursement, I believe is what they meant, is if there is a project that we can do right away, we can actually, we have that flexibility to take the money from the Telshore Fund to do the project and then reimburse it through this money here. So that's why from a financial standpoint, it's probably not best to do that until we have a project going. So is that kind of, yeah, okay, good. Councilor Flores.
I just want to reiterate exactly what Mr. Peely has reported. And I don't want the public to believe that City Council or City Management is looking at the interest rate only. I mean, it is a factor, without a doubt. It's, as the mayor said, you're not going to buy a house, put your money down on a high interest loan, and the house isn't ready to be built. In the meantime, you have to be paying for it. So it's just a question of economics and reality of what it is. But I think that we have to emphasize that the projects will be or should be ready to roll relatively soon. I just wanted to clarify that for the public, and hopefully Mandy will get the word out correctly to the media to avoid any misunderstanding as to what the city is doing with the bond money allocated for housing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you, Leanne. Thank you, Erica. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other questions, any comments from members of the public? Yes, Joe? I just need you to state your name, please.
Joe Galvan Nash, District 6, and I'm a member of the Affordable Housing Subcommittee of the League of Women Voters. So the comments now, I'm more confused, and I appreciate you wanting to make this clear to the public. A couple of questions I have, though, is who is it that is going to pull the yes when the interest rates get to a certain point? Who is that person, and what will the interest rate at a maximum or minimum are you looking for? And third, what projects are basically ready to go? I didn't realize that they've already been vetted and discussed in terms of affordable housing. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Everyone can jump in, but I'll let the city manager do that.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll go first, and then Leanne and our treasurer can jump in as well. So that is the point. It's that we are going through the process of vetting, looking through the projects. Of course, there's a committee that needs to be designated. There's a fund that the monies need to be designated for. And so it's not that we're waiting for the right interest rate, because nobody can predict the market. It's just that currently it's not a favorable market. And so rather than, as the mayor mentioned in his example, rather than issue a bond or issue debt, let it sit in an account that's just collecting or we're having to pay interest on, we would make sure that we have a project that's, the timeline is there, we can get that set up to where we issue it in a timely manner. And as our finance director mentioned, if we had that project today, fully vetted, chosen, ready to roll, as I mentioned, ready to for expenses to be made on that project, we have a mechanism today that can start spending money as we wait for the bond process to go through. So we can afford to wait because we have the mechanism and because we're in the process right now of vetting. We will have more to come on that. Our housing manager will make a presentation on these projects that are in the queue, and then we'll talk about how we time that a little bit better. Do you have anything else to add?
Mayor, council member, I just want to clarify, if we are ready, we can go ahead and issue these. What I just wanted to emphasize is our financial advisor is a professional that this is his job to advise us when it's best for us to go out for financing to get a better rate. So he's been tracking the market constantly. He presented during the budget retreat. And because these are taxable bonds, usually they're about 1, maybe 1.5% higher than the non-taxable bonds. And also, we have that flexibility of reimbursing the city for any expenses related to that for maybe up to a year. So we do have that flexibility. If there's projects that are ready to go, we can go ahead and allocate some funds and then reimburse once we get those bonds.
And just to clarify for either members of the council or members of the public, and Erica, when you say taxable or non-taxable, so typically city bonds or municipal bonds are non-taxable. People like to buy them because they don't have to pay taxes on them. But because these are different, then these aren't as attractive as the other non-taxable bonds, so the interest rate may be a little bit higher. Is that what you're referring to as far as taxable and non-taxable?
Yes, Mayor, that's correct.
Just wanted to make sure the members of the public were aware of that. Okay, good. Any other questions? Members of the public? All right. Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 23-113. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, next item, 7.4, Council Bill 23-023, ordinance number 3029.
Move to approve. Second, Graham.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Abeyta, second by Councilor Graham, and Natalie Green will be presenting.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Natalie Green, your housing manager with the city manager's office. The item before you is an ordinance change, more specifically the ordinance for the Affordable Housing Land Bank and Trust Fund Advisory Committee. I think they used to pay by the word back then, so that's why it's so long. And it would amend Chapter 2, Division 3, Subdivision 2 of the Las Cruces Municipal Code. Just a little background, it was created in 2010, and it outlines not only the membership, but the responsibility of this board, which they are to act as an advisory committee to City Council. They would adopt rules and procedures and review standards. They review project applications for affordable housing, and they make those recommendations to City Council in accordance with Chapter 13 of the Las Cruces Municipal Code. You have a legislative version in your packet, but this is just a summary of some of the changes that we are making. The first is that we are shortening the name. It'll now be known as the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. We are reducing the membership size. It, in its original formation, had 9 members, and then we were also required to appoint 8 alternate members. So 17 appointees to a single board was quite difficult. So now it'll have 5 members who are at large. As part of that composition, when it was originally formed, it had very specific standards for where those members should come from. So from the various chambers, from other boards and committees, and then from the home builders and from the Realty Association. And so now they will be at large, and they will be desirable but not required, either experience or industries. That includes both community service, social services, it could be finance, realty, but again, it's just a recommendation, it's not a requirement. Mr. Mayor and council can appoint as necessary. Because it is a non-standard board, it does allow us to get membership from both the city and the county, so we've added that in. And then when it was originally formed, because it required a member from the Health and Human Services or P&Z or the Mesilla Valley Public Housing Authority Board, there was an exception that allowed a member to serve on 2 boards, which is normally not allowed. So we've removed that exception since we're no longer requiring membership from those boards. Just some next steps if council approves this ordinance change today is we'll start working on those appointments to the board. There's 2 members that are currently appointed, so we'll be asking them if they'd like to be reappointed, and then we'll work with staff and city clerk's office to appoint new members and mayor and council. Then we'll start convening some of those meetings. We'd like the board that's appointed just to review the existing Chapter 13 ordinance and some of our policies and procedures that are already adopted by council, just to see if they need some updates or changes. We also are working on an implementation strategy. We have an RFQ out for our consultant right now that's going to assist in some of the legwork with that. We'll be incorporating the changes that either they identify or the committee identifies, and then we'll go out for those projects and qualifying grantees. We have a number of developments in the pipeline that have the ability to apply for this funding. And then that committee will make some project recommendations, and staff will do the actual underwriting just to make sure the projects selected are viable for financing. And then those projects would come to you as a council for adoption. And so similar to what was echoed in the last presentation, we are honoring this public process, and there's some lead up time before we actually need the funding. So we want to make sure the timing aligns with the actual implementation. And with that, we'll stand for your council options.
Okay, thank you, Natalie. Councillor Bencomo, Councillor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Natalie and Jan, for working on this resolution. So this did come to the Housing PRC, and we did have a lengthy discussion around the necessary updates for this committee to work well. And one of them was a discussion around how many members to have, whether we wanted 7 or 5. I really was supportive of 5 members, given that I just pulled up our city clerk's email around current board vacancies, and we currently have 9 board or committees that have vacancies. And so recognizing that it's incredibly hard to go and ask people to volunteer their time, right? There's lots of time during the day, and a lot of people can't, unfortunately, serve in these committees. And so 5 members seems like the right number right now, especially given that there's not necessarily a ton of urgency around this, but it is this committee really is critical in terms of how we move projects forward, how we select projects for go bonds, and so I think for me, I'm comfortable moving forward with 5. Though that is, I guess, a discussion the city council can have. But for me, it was just really important, given that we currently have 9 committees or boards that have vacancies, some of them even more than 1 vacancy. So I'm looking forward to this being moving forward, and looking forward to submitting some names that I think would be really great. And I think, I'm glad that you sort of took out the explicit requirement for some of those industries, though I think it's really important that we go to folks that absolutely know understand how complicated this, Natalie can tell us, right, how complicated this whole affordable housing conversation can be with federal law, with state law, and so we want folks who are knowledgeable, but I also want folks who have an understanding of what it's like to live in affordable housing, what it's like to need affordable housing, and so I think it's important that those folks sort of meet some of those requirements as well. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Flores.
Yes, I'd also like to address the number of members and those who would be a part of that, and also the process as to how it would how it would run, how it would flow in terms of before it coming to the full council for vote. And I think that, as was explained at our PRC Policy Review Committee, somehow the 9 members but 8 alternates didn't work out because of this reason or another. And the reasons for the 5 included the fact that we have a lot of boards right now that are lacking the necessary number. However, this one is quite different. I don't think we've ever had anything like this, and I think that we should have members from the public. We have highly intelligent people who have been following and tracking this issue, and I think that they would serve the public well, they would serve the purpose well, and they would be very helpful to city councilors who do sit on the housing committee, the PRC. So for that, maybe keep it at 5, but I think that the boards right now that have those vacancies, they're just not attractive. This is a hot issue. This is a very important issue for our community, for people in the city, for the human condition. And I think we need people from the public to participate. So my recommendation would be to assure that one of those seats, at least one of those seats, or increase the number of seats to have 1 or 2 persons from the public. A good example of backing up what I'm saying is that the League of Women Voters has been, what's the word, quite, I don't want to say influential, but definitely crucial to the process we've had in our PRC. And 2 of our members of the League of Women Voters are here, and they've been following this, and Beth Bardwell, who's an attorney, would serve well, and she's a retired attorney, formerly the head of the Audubon Society of New Mexico. So I think that I think we should either increase it or assure that we have a community member, because I will bet my bottom dollar that the people who apply are going to be the ones who belong to the current committee. There's nothing wrong with that. However, it doesn't represent the interests of the entire community. And that's why I think those changes have to be made. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Members of the public? Seeing none, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve ordinance 3029. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
No.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so next is our board appointments. First one is to the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee, Mr. Edward Hayworth. It's a new appointment. I'll need a motion, a second, please.
So moved, Graham.
Second by Flores.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Graham, second by Councilor Flores. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Edward Hayworth to the CIAC. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Next is to the City Art Board, Mr. Jack Crabtree. Need a motion, second.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Bencomo. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Jack Crabtree to the City Art Board. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, next is Nicholas Pierce to the Convention and Visitors Bureau Advisory Board. Motion, second.
So moved, Graham.
Second, Abeta.
Motion made by Councilor Graham, second by Councilor Abeta. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Nicholas Pierce to the Convention and Visitors Bureau Advisory Board. Councilor Abeta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, next is the Historic Preservation Board, Dr. Jerry Wallace.
So moved. Graham.
Second by Flores.
Okay, motion made by Counselor Graham, second by Counselor Flores. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Dr. Jerry Wallace to the Historic Preservation Commission. Counselor Abeyta?
Yes.
Counselor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, next is notice of proposed ordinances, which there are none. So next is City Council member board reports and comment. I actually have something to say. So I was talking with Ifo, and he'll kind of mention about, earlier you heard some of the discussion of as far as some security downtown, and I think you, Mayor Pro Tem, and Ifo have been working on this. So Ifo, we're going to have a TID meeting next week, so do you want to talk just a little bit about that?
It's going to be presented that as an option for security down there, and really we found out that there's an opportunity to use TID money for security that wasn't the thought before. That we never I guess the thought that we couldn't, that it can only be for infrastructure. But I know our Connie and our ED team found out that there may be an option to use TID money for security, and so that's going to be presented next TID meeting as an item on the agenda.
Thanks, Ifo. And let's see here. Oh, so as far as just something to think about, years ago, the city used to be in partnership with the town of Hatch regarding our gas. It's called the Rio Grande Natural Gas Association. We never had problems filling that board, and let me tell you why. And this is just a suggestion, or just because they used to get paid. Yeah, and so just something to think about. The board members got paid $500 a month. The chair got paid $750. This was, let me tell you something, this was there were lines to get on this board. So I'm not saying we need to do that, but if the council wanted to down the road, because they are working, yeah, it could be something small, $100, $150, because, people they're doing things that they need to maybe some of them they want to participate, but maybe they do have some other financial obligations that they're trying to make, ends meet, and this might be an opportunity to match the two together. Just something to think about. Okay. All right. Now I'll turn it over to you. Oh, yeah. I had regarding the Citizens Review Board, I had mentioned to Dr. Neeson that if he gives me the information, then I'll take a look at it, and then from there, if I want to move it forward, I'll take it to the Public Safety Committee, and then if the Public Safety Committee gives us a thumbs up, then it comes to City Council meeting for work session. So, okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciated the numerous people that came today for public comment. I felt the support and the love. I'm glad that we had a number of folks here. There have been some solutions and strategies I thought that got brought up that I thought were great ideas, and some that we've had and have sort of fallen off given the vacancies, the difference of leaders leaving, our staff leaving the city, and one is the Leadership Academy. I thought it was Jamie Rickman's baby. It was something that we were very passionate about as counselors back then, and in a way that would build up our leadership and community, but also to help recruit for these numerous committees and boards and city council. And so I'm asking that IFO that be looked at again to reinstate the Leadership Academy. And frankly, it was an ambassador program for the city of Las Cruces. It assisted it provided, not assisted, but provided a way by which, everyday people could learn about their city and municipality and the various departments. And then they would go out and speak about, the numerous departments. And as you've heard from Lucas Herndon this afternoon, just being able to have those conversations and add to mitigate some of the issues that we're hearing specifically today. Wanted to make reference to the forgotten victims, which according to Mr. Garcia, our business community, quite frankly, when I get, there are numerous things that are happening in our community that I never hear from the business community about. If I happen to peruse Facebook, I'm seeing some of those, and if I have an opportunity, I'm reaching out with a private message. I don't know how to really and I don't have time to go through all the numerous platforms to look at the various things that are happening, but I'm sorry that folks feel, but we all have a shared responsibility in this community, and people, I'm always astonished that a number of folks don't know who their city council members are, and I don't know, Mayor and IFO, if it's, if Mandy, our PIO, could help sort of provide the community with the information so that, if you're a victim of a crime, of course, we're very compassionate and concerned about that, but I don't know if that's happening or not. So I think one of the ways that that it would be helpful, and I know that we've had Chris Faber and I specifically with our Las Cruces Cares advocates, and you've heard from them, Grace and David, and they asked at our retreat for 2 more Las Cruces Care advocates. I think there's something there that we really can build as a way to reach out not only to our business community, but residents who fall victim to a crime, and the victim advocates that are associated with LCPD. So I don't want to give the sense that we're forgetting anybody. You're a victim, be it a resident or a business person. But again, that information doesn't get to me regularly. And so it feels like the weight of council, like we need to know who they are. And of course I want to know that, but maybe it's providing more some sort of mechanism that council is aware that this is the number of things that are occurring in our district. And so I'm hoping that maybe we can talk about that at our Public Safety Select Committee meeting, or at least that's what my recommendation is. I did let Gail know that I would let community know and our council that on Saturday, April 22nd, there will be an Earth Day event with a hike and picnic to the Oregon Mountain Desert Peaks National Monument. It's a really exciting event because they're going to offer food, and you just have to bring your own beverage. And it's on the website. And so for more information, please contact Gail. That's GAYLE.S.EADS@gmail.com for further information. This weekend, I was alarmed to hear the numerous complaints and concerns regarding our detention center related to I'm really actually very concerned about this. The administration there has removed books from the detention center to include, books have been removed completely. There is a lack of quality, shall I say, quality access to care, timely care for our detainees. I think that I'm asking Mr. Peely to look into this. I am deeply concerned that our detainees are not getting the access to books and this person who was talking about this with me is quite concerned. She's a social worker. And I thought if we are providing funding to the detention center that we need to be accountable to look into or investigate what's going on in our detention facility. Let's see, this week we'll have our Public Safety Select meeting on Wednesday and our Health Policy Committee in the afternoon. Looking forward to that. And then I wanted to reach out to IFO. Casa de Peregrinos, Lorenzo Alba reached out to me. They would like to do pop-ups in our Lift Up Las Cruces area. The pop-ups would consist of fresh produce, which I'm really excited about, which if we've known that District 1 is a food desert, and access to good, healthy nutrition and more specifically fruit. And so I didn't know who to refer him to, but I'm thinking Natalie and maybe Parks and Rec would help in that process of standing up those a couple of pop-up events there. And I am for a stipend. I think that's an excellent idea for our committee members, our board members, and I am encouraging Dr. Neeson to get the information over to Mayor if that hasn't happened yet, so that we can hear that at Public Safety Select, and I'll be pushing for the work session. I agree that a work session needs to happen specifically to the Citizen Review Board. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Before I get to Councilor Flores, I forgot to mention Dr. Neeson. I know you tried, you wanted to have a meeting with IFO. It is true that IFO is a city manager and oversees all employees, including the chief, but he can't unilaterally just put a citizens review board together. That's a policy issue, and that comes before council. So IFO, he does run the city, but he also gets the direction from what the council provides, and that's probably why it's very difficult, to just meet with him one-on-one, because he can't do that unilaterally. So I left that off when I was discussing with the process. Okay, Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first thing is, it's of paramount importance to me to look into or establish an oversight committee consistent with the model that was presented by Dr. Nissen. And this is really an issue of transparency, and I think I have publicly stated, and if I haven't, I will now, that the Public Safety and the other oversight committee, they're not getting, whatever happens there, it doesn't even get to the rest of the city council. So, I mean, if it doesn't come to the rest of the city council, I don't even know which councilors really are in which committee. I think the mayor and Tessa are on one, and then the other, I have no idea. So we need transparency. I looked through the materials that the Anaheim, California oversight has, and the board and all that. I would like to see, Mr. Mayor, if possible, and Mr. Peely, whether there can be any communication with the city council of that city to see how they work, how they, align things and all that sort of stuff. So, but I do believe that we need to do that, and if we can move on that as swiftly as possible, it would be really appreciated by me and by members of our community. The other is the street name change. So exactly a month ago today, Mr. Nichols and Mr. Peely, on March 3rd, that resolution was passed to change, or to actually didn't change the existing 1980 resolution, because that was a completely different resolution. It had nothing to do with the one that was created, that we voted on and passed on March 3rd. Mr. Weir made it clear that it takes 30 days for it to go into effect. Today is exactly 30 days. Today is April 3rd, 2023. And I believe that we should move swiftly and expeditiously, Mr. Nichols. I don't know. And the other thing I want to share with the public and the world is that I've been on city council. This is my sixth year. Yeah, this is my 6th year. And it's still a mystery to me as to how things really get done and how it goes here and then it kicks back and then it sits somewhere. Is it a back burner? I don't know. Does it go anywhere else? I don't know. And fortunately, our policy analyst, Sergio Ruiz, has been dynamite in getting things done and channeling them, and then they get, and then after a while he finds out that, oops, that wasn't the way to do it. So to make it clear, I don't know how it's done, but we have to get that issue in motion on the street name change pursuant to the resolution that we passed exactly a month ago. And whatever steps have to be taken, Mr. Peely and Ms. City Clerk, I don't know if you were discussing this, but I just want to make sure that that gets on the, just gets on the road and gets done as expeditiously as possible. And one comment was made in public participation that that people on that street, I think there are 20 households, and those 20 households will have to change all sorts of information, and the 911 issue is very, very important. So, I mean, the other stuff is how many times, I mean, like when I was in college, law school, whatever, moving from Los Angeles, 3 different major cities in California, and then moving to Las Cruces as my permanent residence. Yeah, it's a hassle to change your stuff. But the one thing that doesn't change is your social security number and your what's it called? Yeah, your date of birth, social security, but the other one, what is it? I'm so sorry. I'd like to blame it on COVID, but I think it's my age. Just your email address and your identity, other identity things don't change. So yes, it is an inconvenience, but how many times have we lost a credit card and it has to be replaced and it takes a phone call and things get done. So if we could start moving that process, I'd really appreciate it, Mr. Peely. And I don't know if it's in your hands, Mr. Nichols, or Ms. Barbara De Leon might know, but I'm appealing to all of you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Corran.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments, Councilor Flores. And just as a note, I think the idea of inconvenience is a pretty appalling thing to see on the other side of a scale of justice that includes things like forced sterilizations in residential schools. So I really am particularly offended when people suggest that there's a parallel between those two things. But on none of those notes related to public comment, I do want to start with a few things. Last week, Councilor Abeta and I had the privilege to travel to DC and meet with the National League of Cities and hear a lot of things there, as well as both of our senators and their staff, and Gabe, who sends love to everyone here and in the city. And we had a really positive conversation with all of them, and I think they're really excited about what we're doing in Las Cruces, and they were grateful to hear of all the things that they could invest in our community. So I'm really excited about the possibilities. One interesting thing to a public comment that someone made was that something that we might follow up on is going to visit specific agencies later, and one of the agencies that was mentioned was the National Endowment for the Arts. And so I think just to the question of the idea of arts and cultural districts and leveraging our resources, I'm curious if we might be able to find a niche to support some of those things in our community that would be really cool and dynamic and different from maybe what we've always thought of. Other notes, tomorrow morning here upstairs, so the TSI PRC will be meeting to discuss primarily energy rebates, including from El Paso Electric, but also the ways that the city is working to make these more accessible and more usable for people in Las Cruces. That's at 8:30 tomorrow morning. So if you'd like to join us and hear about that, please come by. I walked through the new Animal Services building, which is nearly complete. There are just if they took the animals over now, there would be no cages, so it would just be a chaotic melee, which I would love personally, but apparently is not acceptable. But it's going to be amazing. It has a number of things built in that I think we all hoped for, and so I really want to thank the voters of Las Cruces for investing in the ASCMV. I think you will be really happy when you go to find your animals there, and you'll really feel like there's an opportunity for us to make a difference. And so perhaps you can volunteer or foster as well. They need it. So I can't wait for the grand opening of that. Also, the Rinconada Dog Park, thank you to the project managers and Parks and Rec for getting that up and running. I know that there are still some outstanding things to happen, but people are visiting and it's really popular already. I know that there are dog friendships being made as we speak. I also, just another thing germane to Rinconada Boulevard and the district, there are 2 resurfacing projects happening on Rinconada Boulevard from Settlers Pass to Villa del Valle approximately, and on Mercury Lane from Evie Lane to North Point approximately, that will be happening on Wednesday. So just as a note, those roads will be closed, but there'll be plenty of signage and you'll have other opportunities to go around. It should take about 1 working day. Last week, I had the opportunity to participate in a DACC student documentary project about water, and so I just want to thank Adrian Widmer for providing a bunch of information, as well as ACM Delgado and Robert Nunez, who sometimes runs away. He was here earlier, but he also provided a bunch of great information for that, and so we'll let you know when the documentary is done so that you can see. But I think the city of Las Cruces can be proud of our contributions to water conservation in the region. And then my last thing is really, I just want to elevate the discussion of police reform and lend my voice to the importance of having a work session. I hope that work session can include both the idea of a community oversight board as well as a number of other potential policy changes that could be in order. And so it sounds like there will be 4 counselors ready to support this. So I would argue we should skip another conversation and call it right to the work session. I'd be happy to help organize it and bring folks who are experts on these issues, as well as the folks who have been doing the research that has already been done, including Dr. Neeson and Peter, Bobby Green, the team of folks who have been working on that. So I hope that we can just prioritize that and put the work session on the calendar now. So that's all my comments for the day.
Thank you. Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you so much. But Councilor Graham keeps getting scared because I keep adding stuff to my list, so I'll try to move as quickly as possible. I'll start here, actually. Thank you for that. I agree, and I would also like a work session, Mayor, so I think that does make for folks who have said that. I think the one thing I do want to know is that when I talk to community members who are talking about this oversight committee, and even though we might not see eye to eye on everything, what I hear is there is a huge lack of transparency and access to information. And your suggestion is to take the decision to a committee that meets privately. So I feel like that only adds to the confusion about why these decisions are being made privately behind closed doors, when we should be having a community-wide discussion around what is best for our community. Particularly for me, is around use of force data, and I think that's where we start, right? We start on how do we collect use of force data, and then how do we share use of force data. At the end of the day, this is about better policing, and I deeply believe that that's all what we're all looking for. So full transparency, Councilor Corrin and I have been working on research around what would best fit our city, and we would love to, if you gave us some time, present on some of that and bring experts like the ACLU who can help facilitate some of these conversations. I wanted to put Ifo a little bit on the spot because his daughter, Ave, I hope I'm saying that right, was a powerlifting state champion, and she's a senior in high school, and I just have such profound respect for these young ladies, like Gen Z girls, scare the crap out of me in the best of ways. And she's just so strong and powerful and owns it. And I was very happy to see that, Ifo. So tell her congrats on our behalf. There was a very unfortunate mistake on the mailer that went out regarding my District 4 Council meeting. So I deeply apologize to people. The address for MacArthur Elementary is wrong on there. MacArthur Elementary is 655 North 4th Street. So I hope that folks are listening. I'm going to do as much social media, and we're going to try to work with PIO to rectify that, but the address is way wrong. So I really hope people don't put the address that's on the mailer on their GPS, because they will end up nowhere near MacArthur Elementary. So I just deeply apologize to folks and hope that that information gets out to them. We will not have a housing PRC meeting this month because we are having a roundtable discussion with Senator Martin Heinrich around the importance of affordable housing and a lot of the issues going on with her. And I'm really excited to get not only my colleagues on in front of him, but also members of our community who have a lot of expertise around this. So I'm very excited about that happening next week. I met with the owners of Save Mart grocery store. They're incredible people. They're such good people, and they're experiencing some difficult things. And so for this idea that we don't listen, all of that, that's just completely wrong. I met with these folks, and really what I found is that we are not putting information out there as much as we should be. People don't quite yet know how Project Lights is going to work, right? That they're still going to use the 911 system. People don't know about the Mano y Mano program and the hotspot truck and how they can access it. I love telling people about Ask Las Cruces app, and people know very little about it. And so I just want to make sure that IFO, we're working with PIO to do as much cool stuff as possible, whether it's earned media, TV, newspapers, social media, to get the word out about all of the good things that we're doing in the short term, while we're obviously working on longer term solutions for the challenges we're currently facing. Let me just mark some of these things off. See, I'm almost done. And then I just lastly want to really thank folks who came today and had such kind and beautiful words to say. People don't have to do that. You know, we sort of chose this job, and people can disagree with us and criticize our decisions all they want. That's what democracy is. I think for me, what felt important today was that we're pushing back against this desire to be hateful. And you know, I was reading some of the Nextdoor app comments myself, and some of the things that were being said were really unkind and awful. And so I just want to appreciate the counter narrative that came here today and tell people thank you for showing up for your city and for showing up for democracy.
Okay, so Councilor Bencomo, first off, I can't just put a blanket work session on this citizen review board. I'd like to see what a proposal. It sounds like you want me to just circumvent what we've done in the past 2 years, and that is, from council to a PRC committee, and that's the best we can do as far as the public safety, is to vet it, to go through and share with us that are the members of the public safety committee, and then from there to city council. So, I mean, to go just I guess what I'm trying to say is I think it's important that we stay consistent. Mm-hmm. And I think that's been the process in the past. I would strongly suggest that continue to be that process, because now once we do that, then you're going to show precedence. You're just going to, well, let's see, well, maybe we'll do it this way on this issue, and another way we'll just go through the regular other way. So,
if I may, Mayor, I just would like to point out that, well, I was going to say it's not written in stone, but she might be proving me wrong around how to bring policies forth. I also want to point out that public safety is not a PRC. It's not a policy review committee. And so I feel like that's the biggest difference of the the PRCs versus the public select committees, of which I sit on one as well, the finance committee, and everything we talk about that comes to city council. And so I just want to make sure that for the sake of transparency, and because that's what I hear people say, the information is not transparent and public enough. And I feel like by doing this, it only makes that worse.
And the reason also is that it allows our city attorney's office to be able to digest and see exactly what is being proposed and what could be possibly legal and something that couldn't be done. It gives them a chance to have that ironed out before we go and have a work session, and a lot of this stuff might not be able to be allowed. I don't know. That's why I think it's important that it run through the process that we've established in the past. But Councilor Abeta, you wanted to say something?
Yes, thank you. In full transparency, I am not one of the four that is agreeing. In full transparency, I'm not one of the four that is agreeing to this. But with that being said, in our city charter in section 2.08 procedure in meetings, it does say that special meetings may be held at the call of the mayor or for 4 or more members, which in this case, that would seem like what is being issued here and is allowed in the charter. And when practical, upon no less than 12 hours notice to each member, all meetings shall be subject to the state statute regarding open meetings. So with that in mind, it looks like if there was an issue with legal, that we could schedule it, in a few weeks' time, but like, obviously, maybe not next week would be most applicable, but in a couple weeks to give staff enough time to do that. But, according to the charter, I do believe if there's 4 or more members, they can call for that special meeting.
Okay, well, thank you, Councilor. Councilor Graham?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things that have come up here in the last couple of minutes. I'm also in favor of a stipend for board participation. A couple of other thumbs up. I think that's a great idea and a way to ease the barriers that can really shut out true participation from everyone in the city. Along those lines, too, I'm really intrigued as well with the Neighborhood Leadership Academy. I was just, when Mr. Herndon was speaking, it sounded like he said it was 15 or 16 weeks, if I heard that correctly. And I would just suggest that maybe we look at ways to be thorough, but perhaps not so daunting. Again, in terms of an access and barriers, not everyone has the time to commit to a 16-week academy. So if there are ways that we can think about making that as accessible as possible too, I would appreciate that. Other than that, I'm just riffing a little. It turns out that I hold up way better when people are yelling than when they're being nice. Because like when people are yelling, I'm like, yeah, I'm here for this. When people are being nice, then I get all like wobbly chinned and like, I don't know, I taste tears. But I also want to say thanks to everyone who comes out to participate. But it was really heartening to see so many folks come out. And again, not in opposition to opposition. That's why we're here. That is, in fact, democracy. But in opposition to disrespect, to words and rhetoric and narratives that are not intended to make real change. They're intended to be performative, to be, as I found out, cut into clips to be posted to YouTube, to be spread through social media. And that is another thing that I wanted to mention briefly. I've had a lot of what I would have thought were productive conversations with people very opposed to what I was doing, to what the larger council was doing. And I've seen the social media presence of some of those folks. And I would just ask them to consider the words they're putting out. Maybe you personally would never try to incite violence against someone. Maybe the people you know in real life would not be moved to that. But you cannot and do not know the scope of the words that you put out on social media and on the internet, and it's not that hard to trigger an unhinged person. Even if you are not that unhinged person, I would ask folks to think carefully about what they're putting out in the ethers of the internet. And finally, this is a weird, like, sorry, not sorry, because I am not sorry for the people I serve with, and I am proud of what we're doing, even when it kind of brings down the house. But I do want to acknowledge to staff, to the people who share the dais with the council, those who are out waiting for all of this to be done, those who I know are listening in your offices. I recognize that the decisions we make affect your lives too, and that sometimes I worry we make a lot of waves, and I know that that can make staff's lives a little more difficult. You handle it with grace, poise, expertise, far beyond what I'm capable of. But I just wanted to acknowledge and thank you for, I know you don't have much of a choice, but for taking this ride with us. So that's all, thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Abeta.
Thank you. I don't have anything to report for our Oversight Committee since we haven't met since the last time, but I do want to just note a special thank you to our City Clerk, Christine Rivera, who has made new reporting documents. I know there's been a critique of that, but I've been using the new reporting system on everything that's been shared. I really do appreciate it. It's quite robust, and I'm sure Christine, if you'd love to send that out to the other counselors, if they'd like to use that, as there's many chairs for other organizations, including Councilor Flores for Economic Development, which you serve on. If you'd like to use that type of system to report out to council, it's been quite effective. Councilor Cran did mention that we went to the National League of Cities. I went in dual capacities here as a councilor and with the Municipal League itself. And from that, we heard a few narratives and common problems within the Western Municipal Group, which kind of expands from Washington, Nebraska, California, Arizona, ourselves. It's quite large and robust. But we're seeing similar problems in all of these areas. And there are red states, there's blue states, there's mixed states, rural and urban. There's issues with housing and housing crises. In Montana, they had a boom of individuals come over because of shows like Yellowstone, apparently. And we had billionaires pricing out millionaires that priced out workforce. And now they have whole towns that have no available housing for a workforce and can no longer serve a bunch of people. We are seeing housing in urban areas too that is a problem. So I'm very happy to see that we're addressing housing in different ways, that we are working with the GOBON. I think we're on the right track to look at that and look at that housing first model, which seems to be doing a little bit better than obviously nothing at all, but with those that have tried criminalization, hasn't been working either. And so housing first seems to be the best way to see. The second portion and message that we got was that about ARPA and how our city's using that funds. And that's one of the ways I know that our delegation has been very curious about all the ways that that's going, what that progress looks like, and how can we share how this has helped our community, and looking at that transparency. And the third item that we talked about was that of the federal budget. And of course, they're expecting robust conversations about the budget, and it is expected that there will be no final decisions until almost the end of the entire session. So there are a lot of people that are confident that they're going to reach a solution about it, but it is going to be at the end of the line, at the wire. So those were some of the big things. My second item is I will be having a District 2 meeting tomorrow from 6 to 7:30 at the Papin Center. We will be going over public safety, our budget process. We're going to be giving information about those issues for businesses and different ways that we can help those that have experienced things like vandalism. We'll be having a public work update because we have a few projects, including the university water line and overmill replacement that are going on as well. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, Ifo, you're last.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Thank you, Councilman Cuomo. I'll let my daughter know she was mentioned in council meeting today. Just first, foremost, I need to read this as a requirement of our bond ordinance. This is the final requirement to report back to you the details of our pricing certificate and award certificate. So for our state shared gross receipts tax improvement revenue bond series 2023, bonds were sold by competitive bid on March 7th, 2023. Morgan Stanley provided the lowest interest cost to the city. The sell amount, $12 million as directed with a premium of $919,481.10. Net effective interest rate of 3.383, which is less than the 10% within the parameters. Bond closed on April 11, 2023. The city receives the bond proceeds. Final payment on bonds specified as June 1st, 2035, which meets the ordinance parameters as well. For the general obligation bond series 2023, as mentioned by our finance director, our bonds were sold by competitive bid on February 28, 2023. Fifth Third Securities provided the lowest interest cost to the city. The sell amount was at par of $17 million as directed with a premium of $1.371678 million and 70 cents. Net effective interest rate of 3.46, again less than the 10% as outlined in the parameters. Bonds closed on March 30th, 2023. And final payment on bonds specified as August 1st, 2036, which also meets the ordinance parameters. Also, just a couple of things, a couple of updates, one from Parks and Rec. I know there's just, someone just made a comment about the Senior Olympics. This is something from Parks and Rec. Recently, the Parks and Recreation Department hosted the Senior Olympics qualifiers for pickleball, free throw, basketball, shooting, horseshoes, and softball. Winners will participate in the 42nd Annual New Mexico Senior Olympics held in Las Cruces later this summer, June 7th through 11th, 2023. And then also from Visit Las Cruces, Visit Las Cruces is hosting an official mural unveiling at 3:30 p.m. Thursday, April 13th at 336 South Main Street, which is the Visit Las Cruces building. The local artist Anahi Nunez winning artwork was chosen following a national search. In addition to her artwork, Nunez is also known for her face and body art and as a tattoo artist. The mural, named Con Amor, captures some of the community's most well-known features and is a vibrant display of the city's. Okay, that's it. That's all I have.
It accidentally called 911. I'm sorry.
That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, before we go, I needed to bring something up. So, excuse me. So, the City of Las Cruces logo, to my knowledge, I thought was a registered trademark. And for the longest time, we've always protected that, because what if someone was to use that on their business and say, you know, it can give the appearance that the city is supportive behind it. I don't know, Ifo, but it's probably done very innocently, but on the City of Las Cruces Facebook on March 14th, it says right here, and it doesn't say anything about businesses, but it does, this is where it gets close about artwork. It says, do you have a special connection to the city of Las Cruces? We'd love to see how you've incorporated the Las Cruces logo into your life, whether you use it on your artwork, tattooed it on your body, or displayed it proudly on your car. Share a photo with us, send it to communications@lascruces.gov. So, if they want to put on there, but I think because we've actually threatened certain people, businesses years ago, who have used this without the city's permission. And I guess, I don't recall us changing that policy, if there was one. We've always protected it. I've never verified it, but I know years ago, communications office, different director, and legal, they let some businesses know, hey, you can't use this logo on your business. And there are people who put this on their logo when they even run for office, and it gives you appearance that they're the incumbent. So I really think that unless it's changed on one of the times I've been out of town, which I don't think it has, I think we might want to look into that. Okay.
I appreciate you bringing that up, Mayor. Our thought is that we really want to use our logo as that sort of the unifying symbol of our city. And so we certainly need to be, I'm glad you made me aware of that. We can check with legal and maybe have it for discussion. We're actually coming to the city council for discussion on the logo and, changing in the fonts and making it more able to be used in many different places. And so I'm glad you brought that up. And like I said, this is something, like I said, our whole thought was we really want to plaster this logo all over the city. We want to plaster, even with the different departments, what we're doing is we're looking at, there's so many different logos with the different departments. Yeah. And what we're trying to do is bring it all back. And so it's just kind of this big push to really use that logo as a city, as a symbol of pride for our city. But I wasn't aware of the issues that happened in the past. We can certainly look into that. And if that's an issue, this is certainly the time to bring it up.
Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah. So, okay, and well, it can be used with permission, and I'm just worried about the businesses that make it, like there was one that was, was at the house, and I wasn't there, but I had that, that ring, and I said, hey, he was trying to solicit something, and I just asked, I said, hey, do you at least have a permit to do this? He goes, well, no, I didn't know we need to have one. So, imagine them putting this on something to give the impression, and I think if they dupe people because that would be, I think we just need to have a little bit tighter on certain things. That's all.
Maybe a form that they can fill out to get permission.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Licensing, basically.
Okay.
Hey, you don't have to charge them. We just need to know what they're using it on, and so it's acceptable.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Neeson,
I'll move to adjourn.
Go ahead.
Second.
No? Motion made by Councilor Abeyta, second by Councilor Bencomo, that we adjourn. I'm sorry. Christine?
Oh, sorry for what? This is on a motion to adjourn the regular meeting. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
I'm abstaining from that.
Okay.
I'm confused. I'm dazed and confused.
Are you voting yes?
What?
To adjourn?
Oh, no, I know what it's for. I know that there was but I didn't know, I don't know whether we're adjourning right now. So that's why I said.
Okay. Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, we are adjourned. It is 5:25 p.m. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
I can't make a comment.